Hey folks, welcome to sunny Kona, Hawaii. Homer Ibarra here with GameSpot, broadcasting exclusively the Pokemon World Championships 2012. Join me right now is our Pokemon resident expert, Arthur Halavey. Arthur, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's beautiful outside here. I
You getting
love
some
being
sun?
in Hawaii. A little bit of sun.
You look a little red.
Just a little bit.
I'm a little browner than usual if you haven't seen me in a while. But you know what? It's all worth it because we are here to crown the champion of the Pokemon World Championships here in Kona, Hawaii. There's been a lot of action here the last previous 3 days.
Very exciting.
Yes.
A bit surprising too. Not a lot of what I expected to see, but a lot of the tried and true stuff came through for the top 8.
Definitely.
So, seeing some familiar faces, seeing Ray Rizzo.
Ray Rizzo is in the house. And just so you guys know, we will be broadcasting action from the top 8 for the VGC. We'll transition after that match is over. After those matches are over, we'll take a look at the top 4 from the VGC. And then later on today, at around 2:30 Hawaii Standard Time, 5:30 Pacific Time, 8:30 Eastern Time, we'll be coming back and seeing the finals of the TCG.
Where the World Championship for the video game and the TCG are going to be crowned there at the end of the day. So,
pretty much.
Exciting.
So without further ado, folks, let's jump right into the match. We got Ray Rizzo versus Junpei Yamamoto, and we're about to jump into that action right now. And they're underway. Ray Rizzo
already getting started.
Obviously, Ray's going for he's going for history today, folks. He's looking for his 3rd World Championship for VGC,
which is the first person ever for the
first person ever
World Championship,
making history. So we're looking at their action right here. Now, let's see. It looks like we got some familiar Pokemon here, right?
We do. We've got some kind of already seen a lot of play Pokemon. We've got Cresselia on both sides of the field here.
Yep.
Really a support Pokemon. She got some good attacks, but mostly here to help out the heavy hitters on each side of the field, which is going to be Metagross and Rotom.
Now, we've seen these Pokemon quite often the last couple days. What would you say is the strategy starting out with Cresselia and Metagross?
Well, Metagross is kind of a choice based upon the metagame, based upon what people are playing today. Garchomp has been a really popular choice, strong starting play. Metagross is one of the few high-end Pokemon that is a strong pick against Garchomp. And you don't want your Pokemon to be one-hit knocked out starting the match. You want to be able to resist that. So Metagross is a good offensive Pokemon, but has a lot of incidental value because he's strong against what other people are expected to be playing.
And just so folks at home know, Ray Rizzo is actually the player on top. We're looking actually at the feed from his competitor, Junpei Yamamoto. So it looks like Junpei's got a little bit of a slight edge right now.
A little bit. It's still early. I wouldn't say that it's decided in any way at this point. They're still really setting up. And again, this is a best 2 of 3, unlike a lot of the previous championships. So after this game has finished, there'll be another game or possibly 2 games wherein each of the players is going to be able to know what their opponent's bringing to the table and perhaps make some different choices the second time or third time around.
And just so folks at home know, this is definitely the best of 2 of 3. And as you talked about it, the format is a weighted. What was that? Weighted Swiss? Weighted.
Right. So for those of you who haven't played in the tournaments before, in order to get here, in order to get into the top 8, they played a lot of rounds, and it's not single elimination. You could have lost a match, potentially 2, before you get cut to these elimination rounds on Sunday. So in order to minimize randomness, make sure you don't just get critical hitted out of the tournament. You could take at least 1 match loss. Mr. Rizzo, though, I believe, went undefeated yesterday.
Definitely.
A straight 7-0. He is on top of his game, and he knows he's got his eye on that title. He is planning to take it home.
I mean, he's got the hot hand. We saw that throughout the week. There was a lot of folks getting into the tournament via LCQ, but Ray, in true championship form, has pretty much just smoked his competition through today.
Yeah, and he's a fan favorite too, I'd say. I mean,
yeah.
Most of the field here, there's favorites, and then there's the favorite. And everybody really is looking forward to seeing Rizzo win.
I think it has a lot to do with people wanting to be a part of history too. I mean, take nothing away from the competitors, but it would be cool to see history made today.
Absolutely. I mean, even his opponents, to some level, you have to think, I'm playing against one of the best players in the game.
Yep.
And sure, they're known too, but there's a certain level where, you had to pick one player that everybody knows their name, and it's, at this point, probably Ray Rizzo.
Gotcha.
And it's still fairly standard, slow, grindy. Both the players are kind of feeling themselves out, feeling out their opponents' actions here, playing for the longer game now rather than just the early KOs.
Well, let's talk about who they have in their party here. I mean, obviously, Ray Rizzo's starting it off with Cresselia and Metagross, but
so we see those out there. Rizzo is also bringing Tyranitar, who is just a heavy hitter. No, this is Ray Rizzo. This is
okay.
Double checking the list here. We've
Yeah,
got
looking
here.
at our notes here.
So we've got Tyranitar.
Okay.
Just basically one of those hits really hard, hits like a truck. And sometimes that's what you want to do. You want to have a linear strategy. You want to just go into it planning to attack. And that's a good starting option for him. And his second Pokemon in his party, Garchomp, is another good, strong option for that. Another heavy hitter, just swinging in. If it follows it up with Cresselia, who, as you can see out there, is kind of a support, has a lot of incidental moves. So you want to pair her up with one of the two Pokemon to start with.
Well, it looks like Ray Rizzo, Metagross is on the verge of getting knocked out here.
And if you can hear, there's the crowd
a lot of
going
hype.
a bit wild back there.
Yeah, people are clapping for the upset, it sounds like. But, we're still really early in the match, so we'll see how he approaches it. Here we go. And just for the folks at home, if you guys are tuning in, we will be checking your comments, so feel free to chime in, and we will be addressing your comments throughout the entire broadcast.
Whenever we can get to them.
Whenever we can get to them, between all the heated action. Now, Arthur, you do have a hashtag people can hit, right, if they want to hit us directly?
I do. The hashtag for the various media sites is hashtag PokeWorlds, P-O-K-E Worlds, and makes it easier for us to see your comments if you add that into them. So evening it up, kind of knocking out Rotom there is a strong early play. It's interesting. So here we see the actual players themselves. They seem fairly calm from what we can see.
Yeah.
Neither of them is
He's not really
nervous about
panicking.
this. You kind of have to be at this point in the game. If you've been nervous and playing, you're not going to get this far.
Yeah.
At this point, you've
you
kind of
gotta
had
keep your composure.
the ups and the downs, the highs and lows. They have been beaten out of you by now, and you are just here to play.
Yep. At this point, there is no time to panic. I mean, it is the best of three. So,
Yeah, and as we get closer, as we get to game 2, we might see a little bit of strain, but part of this is 15 minutes for play instead of some of the earlier events, which had 7 or 8 minute timers.
Yeah.
And we are seeing a lot of players taking advantage of that and thinking a lot more about what moves they're going to be throwing out.
yep.
And so the game's been going a bit slower this year around than it had in previous years. I think it's a good thing. I think giving players more of an opportunity to not make a hasty mistake is something we want to see in the game. We want to see talent and dedication and practice rewarded.
Absolutely. So let's getting back in on the action here. Ray's hanging in there with Metagross. He looks like he's right on the verge of fainting, but
That's probably going to take him out.
that's it. Yep.
Unless I missed something. Did I miss a protect there?
I think he did. So let's talk about the Pokemon that came in for Junpei there.
So that is the fan favorite, long-term favorite Garchomp, who is one of those big, heavy hitters.
He just took a lot of damage there. I saw though.
He did, it's Garchomp is a long-term favorite. He's been a presence at a lot of previous competitions, and he is something that players are prepared for, something that players know to expect,
Yep.
but still something that people are bringing because he's effective.
Absolutely.
He hits like a truck. Garchomp. So both the players here have Garchomp on their teams. They've gone a couple different ways on how they've outfitted him. They've got some different items, and actually some different move choices as well. Interesting. So Rizzo here has chosen to.
Oh, Cresselia just fainted for Ray Rizzo. Let's see who he brings in next. Look at it. He's keeping his cool, though. He doesn't seem like he's really fazed by that.
Sends in a Garchomp. Face on face. So, as I was saying, Rizzo has gone with Substitute on his Garchomp, which is an interesting choice here. Kind of
Oh,
a
he
response.
subbed him out. He didn't.
Oh, no, sorry, the move Substitute.
Oh, okay.
Which is an interesting response here. For those of you who don't know, it's basically sending in a little minion to take your hits for you.
Yep.
Which I think is kind of a mean move because, big, heavy, fierce Pokemon, and you throw this little young minion in there. It's not fair. It's a sad thing to do.
All right, look what's happening here. All right, that's it.
We got.
That was just one match. All right, we're going to go check in on the other match on table 4. Looks like we got Abel Martin Sands versus Guillermo Castilla Diaz. It looks like that first match between Ray Rizzo and Junpei Yamamoto concluded there. We're going to jump into their second match as they get that set up. But right now we're looking at Abel Martin Sands and Guillermo Castilla Diaz. Arthur, why don't you give them the rundown on which Pokemon they got out there?
So out here we see Hitmontop and Latios on top, which again is one of those heavy hitter with a support Pokemon team. That's a fairly standard things we've been seeing all day and all day yesterday. And down on the bottom we've got Scizor and Swampert, which are a bit less standard, something that is a kind of surprising choices to see. Scizor is something that people talked about being a presence here in the event leading up to it, and we didn't really see that coming out and being a part of it. We saw a little bit of presence here, but not a whole lot. And he can be a strong choice, but it kind of seems like the meta has moved away from him as something to play. And Swampert is a surprising pick here. Again, not a bad choice by any means, just one that it did not seem the metagame was going to be accurately predicting this sort of team. The rest of the team he's got underneath there is fairly standard. We're seeing he's got Thundurus, which is a very popular pick this weekend from the Black-White.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Thundurus this week.
The Gen 5. And he's got his own Hitmontop and a Tyranitar just as heavy hitters himself. So it's not that he has departed entirely from kind of the accepted wisdom, but he is playing a bit of a fancy kind of teched out team. He's perhaps hoping that coming at it from a sideways angle, kind of not doing what his opponent expects is going to work well for him. And he's made the top 8, so it's worked well so far. We can see if he keeps it up. So we saw Scizor there, being protected. That's standard. So again, the time limit is coming into play here because there's been some talk online leading up to this about protect and people talking about stalling, and we think that it's part of the game and it's something that you kind of have to be prepared for. And there have been some people bringing in moves specifically to deal with their opponent's protect, but there's a lot of talk about it, and it's something that the judges here, the professors, have been talking about, something that they're going to continue to look at and see if they can improve kind of how they handle it and address some players' concerns. So this is a good thing.
So it looks like we got. Oh, there he goes. All right, so Guillermo is the player on the bottom here, the set of Pokemon that are closest to us. And it looks like he's what kind of attack is he using against Cresselia right there?
So I actually missed it, so I was glanced away for a second. Of course. So that looks like a bullet punch.
Looks like it was pretty effective. Arthur, any comments coming in from our viewers at home?
So I'm trying to take a couple quick picks. People seem really interested. Surfer. So someone's correcting me here. It looks like it was either Surf or Waterfall that I missed there.
And it looks like Guillermo swapped in another Pokemon there.
He did. So again, when Pokemon gets knocked out or faints, we have the team coming in, so you get to pick another Pokemon. You get to choose which one. And in a departure from previous years, rather than having the Pokemon come in right away as soon as your active Pokemon is knocked out, it actually waits until the next set of actions to be subbed in from the bench. And this is a change, one that
why would one
welcome.
do that?
So we've had some, in previous World Championships, some unfortunate occurrences. I'm trying to remember names, I know off the top of my head, but there was a Reflect in preparation for a self-destruct, and it ended up that a player self-destructed his own Pokemon that had subbed in immediately. And there was a lot of public outcry, a lot of upset feelings. So the change this year has been that rather than sub in right away, and in addition to this sort of odd corner cases, you don't want Pokemon to take damage before they have a chance to be given a move order.
Right.
So this seems like one of the things, again, to minimize randomness and minimize kind of one-hit KO options. And I think it's working well. People seem to be generally in favor of this change, so it's probably something that will stick around for a while.
We're taking a look at our competitors there. Guillermo Castilla Diaz and Abel Martin Sands. Looks like Guillermo's feeling it a little bit.
That's definitely a nervous face there. And to be fair, there is a lot on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, despite getting here and playing here and being calm for most of it, nervousness can hit anyone at any time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the final road for a lot of folks here. So, they're definitely gunning for that 10K, right?
Well, so the video game championship is actually a little bit smaller prizes than the TCG championship, but there are still $3,500 on the line for the winner at this top 8. Yep. And an invite to next year's event.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. But keep in mind, everybody who's reached this day won't be going home empty-handed. There's cash prizes, there's merchandise prizes.
And, there's the trip to Hawaii. Let's not forget that.
Let's not forget that. We got some action going on here, though. There's Pokemon fainting all over the place. Let's get updated on what's happened here.
So we're switching Scissor out for, well, we're not sure for who yet, but mostly it's just a brawl fest back and forth. On Metagross is coming in. Metagross has already been damaged. Nope. This is a fairly fresh Metagross. He's down a little bit in hit points, but it looks like he's probably going to be able to put this away with Metagross here. A smart choice. Protect is he's expecting Metagross to hit with one just heavy attack.
One big heavy hit.
Throwing out a Protect here basically buys him a turn if it lands, which is smart. He's on his back feet, absolutely. So he's going to throw out what he can to kind of make his way through this.
At this point, though, he's just kind of surviving, huh? Kind of hanging out.
Just he's
he's on his last legs.
It's all but over here. And for those of you who have not played
look at that.
or have not watched,
that was pretty effective.
That was a pretty effective move. It was not very effective.
Not very effective.
It was not super effective. It was just effective.
It was just effective.
For those of you who haven't played on tournament or watched tournament,
look
before,
at that.
The connecting message which comes up sometimes.
Yep.
Is just the DS communications taking a minute to reestablish. And since there are a whole lot of DSs playing the game here today and a whole lot of communications going on, that will sometimes happen.
All right, well, that looks like that first match just closed out. Guillermo, I think, took the win on that one, right?
Yeah, it looked that way. So
All right, so I think we're going to be heading over to the match 2 of Ray Rizzo and
Game 2 in the match?
Junpei Yamamoto. Yep, we're in game 2.
They've already started, right?
And look, we're jumping right into the game.
Right in. So
this match is way underway.
So we've looks like switched up who we've got starting Pokemon from the first game out. We've got from Rizzo, Garchomp, and Metagross, and then we've got looks like a Metagross and a Salamence on the bottom.
And Ray Rizzo in true form, he looks like to be in command.
Calm as ice.
Yeah, he's got ice water in his veins. Look at him.
You can start to see a little bit of tension, a little bit of nervousness on the other side of the table, which is understandable. You know, it's nerve-wracking to be playing against somebody with that much star power.
Definitely.
So again, Garchomp is Dragon type. So Metagross is a good strong choice against a Garchomp attack. Because one of the few Pokemon that's viable at this level of play and strong against the Dragon type attacks. You know, it's got the not immunity, but it's half the damage. So that one hit punch that's going to knock out weaker Pokemon, going to do a whole lot of damage to even strong high hit point Pokemon is not going to do a whole lot to the Metagross.
Getting pretty aggressive, going after Cresselia right there. What kind of attack was that?
Was that a meteor?
It looked like a meteor.
Form? It looked like that. Was it?
And for the folks at home just looking at the text on the screen there, don't be mistaken. This truly is the World Championships. I mean, there's what appears to be Japanese on the screen.
And English up top, yeah. Each of the players has their own DS here with them, and each of the players is using their own language. And this is just a nod that players should be comfortable. We don't want this decided on a simple language misunderstanding. And this is the World Championships.
This is the World Championships.
18 countries represented here this weekend.
I believe so. Yep.
People from all around the world, and it's great. It's great to see that. So we've got that was a Draco Meteor. Something that's not going to do a lot of damage to Metagross, so it looks like the play here is to take out the support and just hope to weather the heavy punches from Metagross.
But Ray subbed in Cresselia before the other Pokemon fainted, right? Or did that other Pokemon he had out?
So I think it was Cresselia. No. So I must have missed that. So he started with Garchomp Metagross,
Yep,
right?
he did.
So he must have subbed in Cresselia. Again, Garchomp is not super great against Metagross because a lot of his heavy hitting moves are going to deal less damage to Metachomp. And Salamence. So the Salamence, the question there is, the color scheme's different. It looks like this is actually a shiny Salamence.
Okay.
And shiny Pokemon, 1 in 8,000, I believe 8,074, maybe 8,674. 1 in a whole lot chance of catching a shiny Pokemon just out and about. So a shiny Salamence, a shiny Pokemon of this level, is kind of a prize. It looks like it's something he might be showing off on the world stage. Something that he's getting a great opportunity to kind of brag a little bit about.
Put it on display if you got it. So it looks like Junpei brought in their little Garchomp too.
So at this point, it looks still like it's really anyone's game. There's no
it's pretty
clear,
even at this point.
Although
that was pretty
having said that, looks like they may have been a critical hit.
It was definitely critical.
And then, so with any hope here, we're going to try to take out Cresselia and even up the number of active Pokemon, but it looks like Rizzo is in a lead again at this point, and it looks like that might be the turning point for the match. Rizzo might be able to take it down at this point.
Just a clean sweep.
Yeah. This is Tyranitar coming in, which is, again, just another attempt to throw heavy punches at things. Tyranitar is a heavy hitter that's Rock Dark type, not Dragon type, so he's actually able to deal a lot of damage to Metagross, able to just put out the punches over and over and over again. Hopefully, it looks like that's the hope here, is to try to live long enough to punch, knock out the opponent's Pokemon. It does not look like it's something that's going to be likely. So that's a protect from. Hope to keep Garchomp off some damage here, and a protect from Tyranitar as well. So in either case, this is probably going to negate the moves from Rizzo's side of the field, unless Rizzo has seen this coming and is able to, predict it, attack it directly.
What would be something that if you were anticipating that, what would Rizzo's tactic be now?
So there are a couple options. What he can do is, if he assumes his opponent's protecting this turn, he can take this opportunity to kind of pump his own team.
Okay.
Moves that would, like Feint Room or False Room, which changes the order of the battle, or a weather condition. That sort of thing is something you want to do in response to a protect, if you are sure it's coming. Because basically what it does is it takes your opponent's action and it costs them that. If you attack, you each spend an action. You're back where you started from. If there's
Looks like Cresselia was taken down
out
there.
of here. Yeah. But another opportunity, there are some moves you can play that will get around a protect, and so you can still deal damage through a protected Pokemon. You just have to know it's coming.
Metagross took a bunch of damage right there.
Metagross he's still fine.
He's all right.
Still got a punch or two left inside him.
Oh, look at that.
And that was like an Earthquake, I think. And so yeah, Rizzo is still in very good shape here.
I think Rizzo's taking a commanding lead in this match, right?
He's definitely got a lead. I'm not sure how commanding it is, but he is in a very strong position at this point.
So we got Metagross and Garchomps on both sides.
Both sides.
Here.
And this is interesting because in each case, the Garchomp's probably going to be going against each other because they're not going to be able to do much to the Metagrosses. The
Right.
Metagrosses are probably going to be going against each other. So Rizzo's a little bit ahead on the hit points. Absent a lucky critical or a huge upset here, I think Rizzo's got this pretty close to one.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just a matter of time, right?
Right. And there's still possible upsets. I mean, you can see a lucky critical. You can see that bar go from mostly full to entirely empty with one, perfect play and a little bit of luck thrown in.
What kind of attack would deliver a critical in this situation?
Well, so any attack can actually deal a critical. A critical is double normal damage. And particularly for things that are, pardon the cheering in the back, obviously something good going on. For attacks that are already effective against the Pokemon type, something like an effective attack followed by a critical on that one attack is going to deal 4 times normal damage. And that's enough to take out any Pokemon. Absent, the
Oh, look at that.
moves like Protect or something. So we're down one of the two. And again, this is Rizzo just trading punches back and forth.
Hammering
and
away.
He is pretty much going to win this match, it looks like, at this point. So any move can be a critical, and that doubles normal damage. Some moves are likelier to be criticals. Those are actually specified in the special mechanics, twice as likely, 3 times as likely to score a critical hit. These moves generally have a lower normal power, and so it's a trade-off. Generally, not a lot of those seeing play at this level because you want things to be consistent rather than lucky. You want things to deal a lot of damage on average rather than an okay amount of damage and an occasional critical.
It looks like there's a little bit of an upset there. Junpei took looks like he got a little
There's
lucky.
some excitement right there.
Ray seems a little stunned, as if he wasn't expecting what just happened here. So
that was a bit of an upset. So
that
like I
was
said,
definitely an upset.
you're
Junpei
going to
is
see
feeling it right now. Look at that guy.
You're going to see great play at this level, and sometimes luck will play a factor.
So it looks like that battle. That's now we're tied at 1-1.
1-1. So they're going to be going to the third match, and again,
the third and final match. We could potentially see upset right
we
now.
we could see Ray Rizzo going home after this, which would
That would be a huge
that would
surprise.
not be. That's going to cause some hurt feelings among a lot of the audience.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be history either way, whether he goes home or stays. And
Even making top 8 is very impressive, and
Yeah.
I mean he's going for the 3rd win in a row, but you have to congratulate him for doing this well already.
Yep.
He has played 7 rounds and not dropped a match so far,
Yep.
just to get to this spot. So
Yep.
that's
And
an amazing run.
It just goes to show the depth of the talent here at the
Right.
Worlds. I mean, there's, whether you're a top seed or you came in through winning nationals or you just qualified via LCQ.
Ground your way out, right.
It's anyone's game. And look, there's some more action from the
this
show
is
floor.
the top quality of the world. So we see the swimsuit and nothing else in there. We are in fact in Hawaii. And so again, they're going to game 3, and between each game in this match, the players have an opportunity to switch up which Pokemon they're starting with and which 4 they'll be bringing to battle this time. So we're going to see which Pokemon, whether or not Rizzo or his opponent want to bring a different choice to start with.
So if you were Ray Rizzo and you just lost the first match of your week going into a historic 3-peat.
Well, I think he's lost a couple games. I think round 5 and round 6 yesterday, he was 1 game lost, 2 games won. So this isn't unexpected, and so he's going to be able to handle it.
So what would you say would be
what would be his play here?
What would be your first pick to change it up, make sure that you don't go home?
So he's bringing Metagross because it's a counter pick. It's something that he wants to see against his opponents, Garchomp and some other choices there. I think Metagross is going to show up again. I think probably going to keep the same team as game 2. It looked like he was doing well. It looked like he had the game pretty well sewn up, and he was in a leading position, and then he couldn't quite close the deal.
He couldn't finish it.
Which happens sometimes, but given that same situation again, he'll probably be able to take it home. So I would not expect to see any real changes from Rizzo here. I expect to see the same.
Oh, look at that. Switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, so we've got the Hydreigon and the Garchomp. Hydreigon, I think, is one of his starters. I think he was, It's interesting. So we've got a Sandstorm here.
Okay.
Sandstorm's one of the weather conditions. It means that Pokemon will be taking some damage at the end of each of their attacks. It's not a lot of damage. It's, I believe, 1/16 of their health, but it adds up.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps. And particularly for heavy hitters like Garchomp, if you're hoping to knock someone out in one hit or come close to it, that 1/16 can be enough to put away a Pokemon. So they're kind of adjusting to their opponent's choices, figuring out how they want to progress from here, seeing what their opponents have taken out to start with. And it is a not rock, paper, scissors, but that sort of feeling with tons more choices. It really is, if my opponent does A, I want to do B, but if my opponent does B, I want to do C.
Right.
If my opponent does B and I do A, that's bad. I'm going to take some hits here, and it's not going to be good. And we can see here that Rizzo is going to be switching out Garchomp for Metagross.
It's kind of giving him a different look here. Look at that.
And so he's losing kind of the tempo advantage. He is losing the opportunity to take an attack to start with, but it's not a huge loss because that attack probably would not have done a lot of good based upon what his opponent has started out with.
Right.
So it looks like Rizzo kind of got out-bluffed here to start the game.
So he's kind of starting a little more defensively then.
Right. So he's hoping to weather this first set of attacks or two and then come on strong on the counterattack. And so Metagross is taking some damage here, and then he used Protect from the Hydreigon, so Hydreigion's not going to be taking damage from this, I expect. Oh, he took a little bit of damage. So we've got.
So if you're Ray Rizzo right now, you could be possibly facing elimination. How much do you think this match is in his head a little bit?
At this point, I think a little bit. I think it's a lot harder to come back from. And when I say luck, I don't mean that it's only luck. His opponent's obviously playing a perfect game.
Yep.
Playing at the
having
top
the game
tier
of his life,
right?
Pretty much.
Top tier of play. He is amazing, making the right decisions. He is putting himself in a position where he needs the cards to fall his way to win.
Right.
And it's not just that anybody could do this. Absolutely not. He has to find the one route to get there, and he found it, and he went that way. But despite that route's not going to get there without a little bit of luck on his side.
Yep.
And that's the worst feeling to face down, to know that your opponent's playing well,
wow.
but even when your opponent's playing well, it's not necessarily going to get there.
Cresselia just took a big...
took a beating.
He's taking a beat.
Okay. Not unheard of. They're not quite as sturdy. She's kind of support Pokemon designed to help out the heavy hitter there.
Yep.
And as you saw, he was expecting the hit, so he had the recover there for some hit points back up. She's still a little bit down, but again, not nearly what it would have been had he not responded.
Critical.
Looks like a critical, and that is going to take out the Tyranitar. This puts Rizzo in good shape.
Yeah, he's got to feel good about after that. I mean, you know.
And this is the thing. The luck goes both ways.
Yep.
You lose to a critical, you get a critical and take somebody out, and that's part of the game. And that's part of why we're doing 2 out of 3 today instead of the one shots, and something that people are really liking, because that sort of experience is exciting and fun, and you know, you like seeing that as spectators. It's something that's really exciting, and it's something that you don't want 2 or 3 criticals in a row to decide the world champion.
Right.
So it's a delicate balancing act, and they're doing a good job.
Let's take a look at some comments. We got anybody chiming in here?
Take a quick look, see what people think. We've got some people who think that theory is boring. We should focus more on the match, which is fair, because this is an exciting match.
It is a good match.
So we saw Metagross come in for Tyranitar, just again as a heavy hitter. Doesn't look like it's going to do that much good. Metagross on Metagross, you know, you're punching back and forth, and Rizzo's already down some health comparatively, but he's up a Pokemon, and that's probably going to make all the difference here.
And again, for anybody who wants to get in contact with us directly, hashtag PokeWorlds, and we'll definitely get a chance to try to read your comment on the air.
So that was a good call there. He took out a Cresselia, so now we're down to 3 on each side. This Earthquake's going to be critical here. It's going to see how much he's going to knock down.
Ooh,
it's going to knock down a lot.
Super effective.
So this is again Rizzo in a good spot here. That is what we wanted to see. We'll have a little bit more information about these guys' parties and, you know, the items they've chosen, how they've leveled them up at points throughout the day. The match for today is, as you can see, 2 on 2. Each Pokemon gets their moveset, which they get to pick, they get to choose, they get to level up, and that leveling up has some choices involved. You can focus on hit points or attack. You can also focus on what moves you want the Pokemon to know, and while we're seeing a lot of the same Pokemon, we're seeing Metagross and Garchomp, we're seeing some differences in how they've been evolved. So we're seeing players with different decisions on what moves to bring, different decisions on whether to focus on hit points or whether to focus on strictly offense. And we're seeing some changes and differences on what items people are bringing. Each of these Pokemon have one item they can bring, and it's no duplicate items across the parties. So not just what items you choose, but where you put them in your team are being, you know, that's a big part of the matchups here in the competition that is not immediately apparent, because a lot of these items are in case of emergency items. If you want to dodge confusion, you can throw a berry on there, and it'll be great. You'll be able to dodge that attack, you know, that idea. But if your opponent isn't on that plan, then you've, I wouldn't say wasted an item slot, but you have kind of not optimized. So there's a balancing act between going all out one plan and kind of expecting your opponent and mind gaming them. And mind games are a large part of the game at this level.
Do you think Junpei has gotten into Ray's head a little bit now? At this point? We saw that shot earlier. He didn't look as confident as he did when he started.
I would say definitely. And at this point, it's game 3, so game 1's obviously going to be less nerve-wracking than game 3, because you know either way you're going to have at least one more game, and even if you lose, you're going to have 2 games to pull it around.
Right.
Everybody hopes that they're going to be able to, you know, perform when it comes down to it. Game 3, this is it.
Somebody goes home.
You're not going to get another shot after this. So both players are going to be feeling the tension here.
This one's pretty even right now at this point, right?
It's evening it up. You know, we've got a strong comeback, but I'd say Rizzo is still a little bit ahead here. Remember, we've got Metagross on Rizzo's side, which is a very strong Pokemon to be out when his opponent's forced to have Garchomp on the attack. So you see.
There we go again.
Metagross is not taking a lot of the attacks because he's not going to be taking as much damage as Rizzo's.
Oh,
Well,
looks like Rizzo's Garchomp is
That
out.
looks like that may have been a lucky shot there. Good choice on where to attack, and it definitely paid off for him.
Yeah, I think needless to say, Junpei is having the game of his life right now.
You saw how excited he was. He cannot contain himself.
Let's see how Ray can recover here.
So it's kind of a decision here whether or not Ray wants to take this opportunity to kind of regroup, hope that his opponent's going to make some mistakes, or whether or not he just wants to race at this point. And where I in his position, I think racing is still the right play. I think given the status here, just all-out attack, he's going to get there faster than his opponent. But might not be the case. There might be some tricks from Junpei. It might go a different way. So, and again, he's the master here. He knows what he's doing. So it'd be interesting to see what he's decided on. It looks like we've got some decisions inputted, and we're switching out Salamence 4 for the Metagross.
The Metagross is back.
So Metagross is
He's kind of on his last legs, yep.
Right, but it looks like the hope here is that we're going to take the attempt to take out Garchomp, which gives Metagross a chance to take one shot. Looks like Metagross is going to try to take down the Hydreigon here.
Ooh.
I might not get a chance to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going to get a chance.
Metagross is it. He's done.
The potential for upset here is dropping as time goes on. It's still there, but you know, every back and forth we go here where something unexpected does not happen, is more chance for Rizzo to just seal it up.
I think Lady Luck may have knocked on Junpei's door.
Yeah. That was a bit of a gamble there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite pay off as well as you may have hoped.
Yep.
So Junpei, we both get that Junpei is so excited. I'm sorry for the noise from behind here. Junpei is so very, very excited because he was in a not a terrible position, but certainly not a great position in Game 2. And there was a lucky shot or two, an unexpected bit, and he made it to Game 3. So even though Rizzo looks like he's going to seal this up here, Rizzo's got to be, Junpei has to be very, very excited here for making it to Game 3 at the very least in a matchup where he looks like not the favored party, both not just as players, but also...
I think that's it.
That's...
just the look on Junpei's face says it all. Looks like his luck may have run out.
I don't know if you can hear on the feed the chanting and applause from back here. Could be it. Yeah.
Yep.
So the audience is excited. We're a bit excited, but at this point, I think I might be comfortable calling it. It looks like Rizzo is going to win this match
I think
and
Rizzo
advance to the top 4.
He dodged the bullet here, but in true form, he is going to advance, pending any more luck. But
right. So this is what I was talking about, the 2 of 3 format for this weekend. Like had Game 2 been the starting game, you would have seen an upset, and you would have seen perhaps some hurt feelings from the audience, perhaps some hurt feelings from the players. It's still a great match. Still, they're going to play their best and do an amazing job in each case. But that's, to a certain point, we don't want the World Championships decided on that much of a lucky shot. And plus, it gives this great opportunity for the players to kind of switch up their strategies in between Games 2 and Games 3. So.
All right, I think this might be it.
I'm not sure that's going to do quite enough.
Boom.
I was wrong. Yep, that looks like it's it. So it looks like Rizzo is going to be advancing to the quarterfinals here.
All right, Ray Rizzo moving on to the top 4. Junpei
keeping the dream alive.
Gallant effort, but
taking a minute to collect himself.
Yep.
And that's really tough because that's the point where this right here is a moment where you realize you're not going to be world champion this year.
Yep.
He's probably going to make it back next year, but that is a heartbreaker.
Definitely. Well, I mean, for someone like Ray, it's got to be a wake-up call a little bit, just to be like, hey, you know what? I can't rest on my laurels here.
Right.
There's a lot of luck that could take me down. I think that second match kind of illustrated that. He was in command for a little while,
and then a couple things fell the wrong way. Games down, and particularly now. Yesterday he went undefeated.
Right.
And now there's no wriggle room. Yesterday, had he lost one of his matches,
it's win or go home.
Right. He could still lose a match yesterday and make it to the top cut, still be playing for world championship. But now the ante's upped. He cannot lose a match.
That's it.
And so he lost his chance for getting past there.
Right.
Like yesterday, he's on a razor's edge for the rest of the day.
Exactly. There's no room for mistakes now at this point.
Only 2 more matches.
Yep.
And top 4 is a very impressive feat, even if he doesn't make there. But I think everyone's still hoping that he is going to be the champion here today. And it looks like he's brought a good team. It looks like his head's in the game. He could have certainly started making mistakes after that unlucky call, and he didn't. He kept
his
playing
composure
at the top of his game, so he's doing good.
He didn't panic.
I'm still excited to see him take down the top 4. I think he's on our list for top 4 coverage, I believe.
Definitely.
So
yep. He's definitely going to be on our list. We'll check in later with him when they switch up the matches. I think. Are they
still going?
I think they're still going. There might be that other match going on between Abel Martin Sands and Guillermo. Okay. Now, actually, I just got word that match is over. And while they transition between the top 8 and the top 4, let's take some comments. Maybe let's see what's going on with folks. You brought up an interesting point, I think, at the top of the week is, obviously Pokemon World Championships here in Kona, Hawaii. It's a big deal.
It is. It is a very big deal.
Some families are here because their child or their significant other made it into the World Championship. So let's talk about the validity of whether of this sport and where it's headed.
And sport's a good word for it. It really is a sport. And there's a lot of talk, among the community and whether or not it should be a sport, whether or not it's legitimate, authentic, a real thing. And it is. And there's this movement towards games to be recognized as sports. StarCraft is a great example. StarCraft is, to many people's minds, a sport. I feel that way. I feel it takes dedication, takes hard work, and takes a lot of talent.
Yeah, not only talent, but it takes a lot of hard work. Right. I mean, you have to study and you have to know what's going on with the Pokemon and the different types of parties you can play, the different how you select your deck, all that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of strategy. I mean, I'm probably case in point. I didn't know half of what I'm talking about now before I got here, but there's a lot to it.
You can jump in and get over your head. There is so much that there is to know and to learn about this, environment. And the players at the top of their game, they know most of it, but they even, you could ask them, they'll say, sure, there's opportunity for us to get caught off guard by something we don't know. Yep. That is absolutely something where there's experts, but there's no one that's perfect at the game.
Right.
And there's tons of work, hours and hours of play. People who warmed up for this sort of thing, they were talking, we were spending 5-6 hours a day, every day for a month leading up to this. There is dedication.
Yep.
So it's absolutely valid.
And it's also timing too. We were talking with a lot of the folks here that are in the competition that actually got in because of LCQ and that are kind of tearing it up. And the people that you would expect to be favorites are kind of falling by the wayside because if you have the hot hand or if you've gone cold and you're not on top of your game, you could get caught.
So for those of you who don't realize, the LCQ system is the last chance players have to qualify for the event, and that takes place the day before Worlds. So it was Friday here in Kona. Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to fly yourself out to Kona,
take
one last chance, you could do it. And the top 4 players for the card game, top 2 players for each of the divisions for the video game get to play in the World Championship.
And do we actually have some of those folks here in the top 8?
I am not sure. We can check in and see which of these were LCQ qualifiers. Mm-hmm. I know some of the card game LCQ qualifiers are in the top cut.
Right.
So they came out because they knew they were running hot. They wanted to win. They won the LCQ. They made their way to the elimination rounds for the card game. And with any luck, they'll make world champion.
You're right.
Because they took that one last shot and they were running hot.
But according to some of the folks here, I don't think any LCQ qualifier has actually won a championship. Am I right?
To the best of my knowledge, no. I think to a certain point, they'll upset, they'll knock some favorites out, and they're very impressive, very talented players. And I'd hesitate to say that they're not quite as good as the name players.
Sure.
But in many cases, it's the name players have spent so many more hours practicing and have a better support base and have just more immersed in the game than the LCQ. It's if you're going to spend all that time prepping for the game and playing in competitions, you have a lot of opportunities to qualify beforehand. So LCQ players are very, very impressive, and a lot of times you'll see names that did not quite get there at a national competition come play in the LCQ because they'll think they'll make it, and they'll make it in. But a lot of times you'll see LCQ players reaching the top tiers but not quite making World Championship, which is fine because top tiers, they're going to give them an opportunity to come back next year, going to play in the next World Championships, and they're no longer an LCQ qualifier. They can come in, they can relax Thursday beforehand, they can prep for the main event, they're a little bit less stressed, and that's got to be part of it too. They got to be helped by the fact that they have a day off once they get here to kind of warm up and get ready for the main competition.
Right. All right, so I think we're going to be jumping into some action for the top 4, and we're going to be looking at the match between Guillermo Castillo-Diaz and the Wolf.
The Wolf.
The Wolf is a fan favorite, right?
Yeah, people definitely know who he is. He actually had I think an interview last night talking about how well he's done, what he's aiming to do online. He is
He's
absolutely
part of
a
Team
fan
Swag,
favorite.
right? Is that
I have heard Team Swag thrown about.
Team Swag has been kind of swagging around here in Kona.
It's a name. You got to own those names, team names. It seems like there's a lot of people on Team Swag. It seems that it's good that they're putting together kind of a community. Community is a big thing for winning this sort of thing because you need not just practice against anyone. You need practice against the top tiers of the game. You need people that play at this level to warm up against, because playing against a new player isn't going to give you the same sort of experience.
It's not going to give you the edge.
Right. So the forming of teams is a big thing, and it looks good for U.S. performance coming up to have such a dedicated group of people on a team.
All right, so it looks like we're going to jump into the match between, I was corrected, it's Ray Rizzo versus Joe Wachowski, the Wolf. So it looks like we're still getting set to jump into that game. But
so we've got a question from Sir Apathetic.
Sure.
What are EV spreads? What is the logic behind Psychic being weak against bug-type attacks? And why is it that fighting-type attack can destroy Seal? So part of this is, to a certain extent, the game has to represent a real world, but to a certain extent it doesn't. They want balance, and they want nothing to be indestructible. They want nothing to be the absolute best choice. So, like I was saying, it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors choice. If there are more than 3 options, you want A to be strong against B, B to be strong against C, C to be strong against D. And while the names don't always represent what it could be, so he brought up, why is it that a karate chop you can't break a steel bar with a karate chop? Why does that move do anything in the game? And while they are, to a certain extent, representative of real things, they're also abstracted a little bit. Karate chop won't break a steel bar unless it's a Pokemon doing it. Pokemon can be really strong.
Right.
And, a metal Pokemon, a steel Pokemon isn't a steel bar. That's type. And they're affiliated with it. That's kind of what they're like. But it's not a steel bar fighting in the arena. It's that kind of Pokemon. So part of it is game balance. Part of it is not quite a flavor fit with, the full ABC thing. The types is a strong part of the metagame today. Like, we're seeing Metagross. Metagross is seeing a lot of play because he is types that are strong against a lot of the Pokemon people are bringing. So it's not just that in the abstract he's good. He's good in the abstract, and he's great when you factor in that he's good against certain opponents. So it is a guessing game. It is knowing not just what you're playing, but also what everyone else is playing and what you expect to see here. And part of that's a guessing game.
Yeah.
Part of that is if you want to take a gamble, if you think you want to go one step beyond and everyone's going to be playing Metagross, so I'm not going to bother bringing Dragon-type Pokemon, something you can do. I don't think we've seen any of the top 8 get quite that far, but there have certainly been previous competitions where that's the case, where the person who went one step further than everybody else had the right idea and just took it down based upon metagame interactions.
Interestingly enough, if Wolf Glick and Ray Rizzo actually make it to the final, we will have the 2-time U.S. champ in Wolf Glick going up against the 2-time champ Ray Rizzo on the world level. So that is definitely an interesting storyline to follow.
The brackets match up that way?
That could potentially be a matchup in the finals. So
that would be an exciting matchup.
That would be a great.
That would be a great. Love to see.
So it looks like we've got Wolf Glick versus Guillermo Castilla Diaz, and Ray Rizzo versus Joe Polkowski in the top 4. So as soon as we get ready for that, as soon as that's ready to get going underway, we'll check out that. But let's get back into the prizes here. We talked about the money, but again,
fame is definitely a big part of the prizes.
Definitely out for fame, these folks. But there's also merch that people will be coming home that you can actually only get here at the event, right?
Right. So there's some exclusive for the players swag that you get in your swag bag when you sign up, and there's some cool stuff here. You'll see some of the players wearing the competitor T-shirt.
Yep.
Which is everybody who showed up and played in the World Championships this weekend gets the 2012 competitor T-shirt. T-shirts are T-shirts, but I know I would love to have that sort of swag to wear. For the screen, you can get a Seeger skin. Appears on your DS right there underneath. That is Pikachu with the Tiki mask.
Yep, there he is, the Pikachu with the Tiki mask here. Although it looks like we're taking a look at Ray Rizzo.
It looks like they're getting warmed up, connecting, kind of getting in. This is an important part of the game, too. I know it doesn't look that way. It looks like they're just sitting there doing nothing. But this is a very nerve-wracking thing. Once you get started, once the match starts, you're thinking about the match. You're planning ahead. You've got 5 or 6 or 7 turns worth of moves all in your head. Right now, there's nothing there.
Yep.
They're just waiting, and that is nerve-wracking.
It's like the slowest loading screen you could possibly ever have.
And it's not just it's not just a loading screen. You're not beating the game. You're beating someone else, and you're playing for a ton of prizes.
For a ton of cash. Not to mention that you could either take home cash or for the younger folks who come in the form of a scholarship, right? Okay.
Because Pokemon does care about education.
They do.
And they like sending kids to school.
They want their future trainers to be educated, right?
Which is good.
Yep. All right, looks like we're about to get
started.
Ray Rizzo,
the handshake
versus Joe Polkowski.
And that's something they comment on. Everyone here is being really polite, really sportsmanlike, which is good to see.
There's a look at Wolf Glick and Guillermo Castilla Diaz. They're getting their match underway there.
You see, I think a little bit of nervousness there. We saw the pen shaking.
Yeah. But Wolf, I think that's just his style, man. He's, talking to him earlier this week. Seems like he's just really excited to be here, as is everybody. And you can't take away. This is definitely an opportunity for all these folks to showcase their talent, showcase their skills, and you're in Hawaii, man.
Right. At worst, you came to Hawaii.
Yeah. At worst, you swam with some turtles.
And this is a gorgeous area here, the Waikoloa Village. There's a lagoon right out front, which I may have swum in a little bit earlier this week. So even if you're going home now, you're going to take a little bit of time here in Hawaii and enjoy yourself.
Definitely. Well, we were just looking at Joe Polkowski's feed right there, and
we're getting started. Yep.
We got Joe in blue and Ray Rizzo in red. Again, Ray will be the opponent across the screen. Joe will be the player that's closest to us here on the gameplay screen. And we'll see who Joe pulls out first.
So it looks like a Tyranitar and a Salamence.
We got these two Americans going head-to-head here. And depending on the outcome of Wolf Glick versus Guillermo Castilla Diaz, this could be a 1-2-3 American lineup in the top 3. But again, Wolf it'll be up to Wolf.
Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of Pokemon abilities here. And this is important at this level. All those Pokemon abilities starting up are very important because it's incidental effects. It's sometimes small, sometimes medium effects, but they don't take your action. They're things that just happen, and you still get your attack for the turn. And at this level, because everything is such a large impact and so many haymakers being thrown instead of jabs,
Right.
that being able to capitalize on that sort of startup and just get a little bit extra, you can then ride that all the way to victory if you get lucky. So this is a very important thing, and that's why you see so many Pokemon with the Poke abilities that are start of battle or when they sub in instead of kind of the passive effects.
How important is speed in a tournament like this? You mentioned you wanted to start out throwing some haymakers. So if your Pokemon's a little slow, are you at a disadvantage there?
Oh, that's a punch right there, isn't it? Speed is very, very important, and Pokemon have 6 stats, and you can kind of choose which one to level up. Pokemon with the highest speed is the one that acts first in combat.
Yep.
And if all the Pokemon are just trading blows back and forth, it's not that big a deal sometimes. But sometimes, if the move you're going to take is something that changes the battlefield's effect or changes your defense or your opponent's offense, then being able to get that off first before your opponent attacks you is going to change how much damage you take. And if you keep doing that, that's going to have a cumulative effect over and over and over again.
Right.
And at the highest level, if you're doing haymakers back and forth, like the heavy hitters here, Metagross and Tyranitar, punching your opponent and knocking them out, having them faint and sub out, means it's going to cost them their action for the turn. So if you are able to act first with speed and also take out an opponent's Pokemon, that's like getting an entire extra turn to take an action. And that is huge. And that is why speed is such an important deal at this level of play.
Well, it looks like the Tyranitar took a huge blow there.
Took a super effective attack. And that 207 hit points is a large part of why Tyranitar sees play. Because in addition to hitting like a truck.
Looks like he's bringing in Gastrodon here.
Gastrodon's bringing in. He hits like a truck, and he has a lot of hit points. So he's hard to take out in those one-hit KOs. Despite, something dealing almost 200 hit points, he was still fine.
He was still there,
a turn. And that's important because you want to be able to attack back. You want to trade blows, not take a blow and then take it again when your next Pokemon subs in. Speed is so important that an item that a lot of people were talking about this weekend, and I'm not seeing a lot of people running it, but it's still something that gets talked about, is the Choice Scarf. And the Choice Scarf is their one chosen item for a Pokemon. What it does is it increases your speed by 50%, which is enough to often let you act first in combat. But the trade-off there is you only get to do one move, and that one move is the one in your first spot. So something like Tyranitar, a heavy hitter, if you're okay with him doing nothing but wading into battle, throwing punches left and right, you can give him a Choice Scarf, and he'll be doing that fast and often before the opponents get a chance to act. But it looks like a lot of the players at the top levels here have decided that they would much rather have the option to choose between 3 or 4 strong moves and kind of tailor fit what they're doing to their opponent's choices instead of making a gamble and making a decision before the battle starts.
Right.
And that's what the item is. It's deciding I'm going to do this every game.
Sure.
You might get there for a few, but if you win 70% of your matches that way, that's not enough to put you in this top 8 cut.
Right.
So it's the sort of thing that is a gamble that it looks like the top 8 kind of avoided this tournament, and it seems to be working well.
All right, so now we're going to take a look at Guillermo and Ray Rizzo. Oh, no, sorry, that's Wolf Glick. They're deep in the action right now. Now we're taking a look at the gameplay from Wolf Glick and Guillermo Castillo-Diaz. I believe Wolf is on top with Cresselia and Thundurus.
I believe that's the
and
case.
Thundurus and Tyranitar is what Guillermo's got.
And
on the
Thundurus
bottom
is
there.
one of the new Pokemon from Black White, and something that we're seeing a whole lot
Yeah, we saw a
of this
lot of
weekend.
Thundurus this weekend.
It seems to be everyone's kind of choice for most likely to be seen from a new Pokemon.
Right.
And something that it seems to be working very well for people, be very effective. There were some concerns going into this. I've heard some of the community talking about how Black and White is having a huge impact on the metagame and more than they want to see changing. And my personal opinion is an evolving metagame is good because it gives people a chance to see new things, kind of mix up their strategies, keeps things interesting instead of boring. Not everybody feels that way. So we have a couple of comments here. We have, let me get this name here. We have Luca202 asking about RNG. which is something we'll cover a bit
Yeah,
briefly.
you definitely mentioned that earlier.
RNG stands for random number generation, and it's a way of modifying how your Pokemon, when they're caught, are inherently stronger or weaker. And we won't go into the details, but the new generations of machines make it a little bit easier for people to do this. And so, to a certain extent, there's some people saying, "Oh, that's cheating." And we should probably be clear that that's not cheating. It is playing to win, which is perhaps not the best thing for some people to do. But to be clear, at this level of play, it's nothing that you couldn't do other ways. It's stuff that you could do by catching Pokemon. It's stuff that you can do by leveling them up. There's no hacking going on here.
Right.
There's nothing like that. And there is a very robust, very solid group of judges who keep track of this sort of stuff and are helping out and keeping track. And
Well, that's good. I mean, it just makes them aware. It just feels like they're aware of the gray areas that can happen here, especially in competition. But
right. And
there are fail safes against it.
And I talked with a couple judges earlier in the weekend about kind of what they looked like and the verification process. Every Pokemon gets submitted, gets run through the verification. And even when it says, "Oh yeah, you could have gotten this," there is a warning that pops up that's likely to be RNG abused. So while I don't think there was no disqualifications that I've heard about this weekend. I have seen some conversations taking place.
Sure.
And the spirit of sportsmanship. And I've seen some people making some last-minute substitutions to their roster because they don't want this sort of thing to be kind of falling on them. So
Sure.
Sportsmanship is a very big thing this weekend, and I am all in favor of it.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be noted. Now, we're looking back here at Ray Rizzo and Joe Polkowski. Looks like Ray is subbing in a... Oh, no. What kind of attack was that?
That looks like... Well, it was
definitely
a fire
super
attack,
effective.
So it's something that's going to be good against Excadrill. It looked like perhaps an Inferno? Let's see what ability to do. So that was a flamethrower. That was the move there.
Salamenti used a substitute. What did he do there?
This down here is the substitute.
Okay.
We were talking about it a little bit earlier. That's the minion that he throws it to take hits for.
Okay.
And so what happens is while a substitute's out, Salamence can still come in and make attacks and still deal damage to the opponent. But since he's not right there, he's not going to take damage from the opponent.
Gotcha.
And what that is that's kind of a proactive get started before your opponent attacks you way to dodge those one-hit KOs. It's same vein as Protect, except instead of... It doesn't prevent everything, but it also doesn't just work for the one turn. So it's a decision which one to go with. Most players are not going to go with two because you really want to save space for those multiple angles of attack.
Sure.
So that's his one nod to a defensive move, and I think it's working well for him. I think Rizzo made the same decision with his Garchomp. Yeah, Rizzo gave his Garchomp substitute as well, instead of a different manner of protection, and that worked well for him going up to the top 8. I didn't see it get used in the top 8 match, but he's definitely been using it earlier in this tournament, and people have been impressed with it. In his top 8 match against Junmei, Junmei's Garchomp had chosen Protect over Substitute, and this is more of the mind games and more of kind of getting into guessing what your opponent's going to do. If you guess that your opponent's going to protect that right turn, and you play around it, then your opponent's lost a huge tempo advantage. But even guessing that your opponent's going to use Substitute, doing something like a heal move the turn your opponent uses Substitute is not as effective as doing it to a Protect because your opponent's still getting value later in the tournament from the Substitute. So it's kind of like hedging your bets. It's a more universally helpful and less specifically counter-trump move. So again, this is part of the whole philosophy people seem to be playing at this weekend, which is be prepared for anything and kind of address anything instead of going a linear strategy.
Gotcha. Now we're looking at Ray. Looks like he subbed in. He subbed in Garchomp. Oh no!
So
it's Meteor attack.
This is Draco Meteor, right? So we saw some Earthquake earlier in the match, and Earthquake is a very important move at this level, and particularly at this format of event because we're 2-on-2 here. instead of one-on-one, and Earthquake hits everybody on the field. So using an Earthquake against the opponent's team is going to hit both of their Pokemon, and if you have the types matched up right, going to hit both of their Pokemon for a lot of damage. Part of the reason we want to use Cresselia or some other levitating Pokemon as your support is Earthquake does not affect them because levitating Pokemon are immune to the ground attacks.
Attack. Yep.
So their support. There was another one I think is Latios. I think levitates as well off my head. And I've seen some Latios being paired up with that kind of Earthquake overall ground attacks. Thundurus also has a hits everybody on the field attack.
All right, looks like Ray just finished off his opponent here.
And that's a lightning attack, so you can see using a lightning Pokemon paired there in the same sort of idea. So that's game one.
All
right.
Going
into game two.
And here's Wolf and Guillermo going at it.
So we're mid-match. It looks like we're moving towards the end of this. Looks like perhaps there's just Latios on the bottom. And not a very healthy Latios.
No,
at that.
not a very
so it looks like
healthy
this
Latios.
may be on its last legs. So we're seeing Thundurus here. Again, that's one of the big Pokemons from Black White that people are running.
And who's that other Pokemon right there?
Is that Terrakion? No, that's a Heatran, which is one that I haven't actually seen a lot of this weekend. So that's surprising.
What's so special about the Heatran?
Well, let's see how he's spec'd out here. So Heatran's his Wolf's fifth spot on his team, so it looks like he's picking him up as kind of a counter pick to opponents' choices. So you're not going to see him game one of the matches, but if he brings something unique to the table, like the Fire Steel type is fairly important. We're seeing Metagross earlier being strong against some attacks because of the Steel type. Heatran is also Steel type. Mm-hmm. So it's possible that he's chosen Heatran over Metagross for some second guessing on what types he's going to see, while also being strong against the same startup types that Metagross is. Yeah, so, and it looks like it's been working well for him. He's made top 8 with it, so.
Definitely. And it looks like he's really close to finishing off Guillermo here.
Right. And it's actually interesting. Wolf with his Heatran has chosen both Protect and Substitute as skills. So remember I was saying earlier that most people aren't going to use more than one protective move. They're going to focus on one protective move and then 3 attacks to be able to attack from multiple angles, choose the right attack for a given thing. In this case, he's chosen Heat Wave and Earth Power, but he's also put Protect and Substitute in two. So he's really focused on Heatran sticking around for the long haul.
Thundurus just got dealt a critical hit.
Did that knock him out? He's low on hit points.
I think so.
That's
look at that.
That's interesting. Yeah, and so it's not that Heatran's not popular in general. It's just that this weekend we've seen
not a very
lot more Metagross than Heatran.
So that was an interesting turn of events there.
I think he might be the only. Let me take a quick peek through what we have for the top 8 matches and parties, and having double checked, it looks like this is the only Heatran in the top 8.
Oh wow!
So a decision that got him to the top 8 certainly, but one that the rest of the top 8 did not agree with. It looks like.
Looks like Latios is paralyzed.
Yep, Latios is paralyzed. For those of you who are only familiar with the card game, or perhaps tuning in because you heard about this and you're interested, to the bottom where you see Latios hit points, there's a little symbol to the left of it. The PAR stands for paralyzed. And paralyzed means that there's a good chance that when he attempts to do a move, he's not going to be able to do anything. Yep, and that finishes it off.
I think that's it for Guillermo. All right, well, Wolf.
That was a close match.
Yeah,
they were down to one Pokemon, less than half hit points in each case. So
definitely a tight match. Wolf looks like he narrowly escaped that one.
That's a nail biter.
Yeah, definitely a nail biter. Before we get into the other matches, we want to definitely call your attention to the
Some of the cool
swag
we
that's
get
here
this
on the
weekend.
table. We'll be giving away these items as part of our trivia later in the show. We got the
Tiki
the
Mask
flagship Tiki Mask Pikachu. We got one unwrapped here, but and a whole host of other stuff. This looks like a deck box. This is the
That's a deck box. So that's for the card game.
Sweet.
It's the art on the front is again Pikachu with the Tiki Mask,
Right.
and you can only get that here.
We got a
We've
little
got key fob. It looks like
luggage, little
Yep.
luggage ring
With,
there.
again, that's exclusive to this event.
A hat.
A hat, which
Look at
I
that.
think they ran out of the hat. They
Yeah,
sold
they're
through
all
them.
done.
Yep.
We got some stickers.
And we got we got a
this.
screen cleanser.
Screen cleaner,
Cleanser.
and then we got this little.
Oh,
little
that's
chart
cool.
here.
On the back, it's got
Yeah.
the efficiencies and weaknesses and strengths chart on the back.
Bunch of other stickers, and then we also got some
binder
of these,
for
the
the card
binder.
game.
So,
So a
anyways,
lot of
we'll be
this is-
giving away. This comes in a pack. We got 3 of them, and we'll be giving away these later on in the show for the trivia. So stay tuned. Gives you more incentive to stay and watch. We're going to take a look at match number 2. Looks like with Ray Rizzo and Guillermo. And again, looks like Ray is just sticking to his guns here, man. Metacross,
Well, it's a strong
Metagross, and
Hydreigon.
Hydreigon.
It's a strong choice, and it's one that he's been starting off with a lot throughout the tournament.
Yep.
And I mean, if it got him this far,
It's effective.
Right.
It's obviously effective.
it got him this far, so it's going to keep getting him there. The only real reason to make it change is if there's a unexpected pairing on your opponent's side. If there's something that's going to be very, very strong against that start, you want to sub it out.
Yep.
And remember that even if you make the bluff that, I'm going to do this anyway, I'm going to hope my opponent doesn't make a bad call, then you're not necessarily losing Pokemon. You're just losing that tempo, that first turn's action, because you can always substitute those Pokemon out for something that's a bit stronger against your opponent's openers.
Right.
So it's not a huge gamble to start with them. It's just a little bit of a gamble. And then if it works out for you, you're still on your optimum chosen starting. So he's sticking to his guns. It's working for him.
And Guillermo's got Rotom and Excadrill.
Excadrill. Excadrill is, I believe, ground type. Excadrill's on. What have we got? We've got Earthquake, which is one of those important moves again in this format
Yep.
because it's going to hit both of the opponent's teams. He's got Protect as his defensive nod. Again, Protect. You've seen it be used a couple times, and what it does is it prevents all damage from a large selection of. Thank you, Zach. Zach Levine has pointed out that Excadrill is Steel Ground. I wasn't sure if it was Steel Ground or Dark Ground. Protect stops all damage and some effects from a wide variety of moves. So what Protect does is it basically is you buying a spare turn. You want to be able to, if you have a status effect on your opponent's Pokemon, Protect lets you get an additional use out of that effect.
Mhm.
So if it's something like Poison, then that's extra damage. If it's something like Sandstorm or Weather Effect, protecting for a turn gets you extra damage as well. Protect also lets you.
Whoa! Look at that.
That was a super
definitely
effective
super
attack.
effective.
I was talking about
I think
theory, and
Guillermo
then I
just-
didn't quite
yeah.
pay. I may have missed something.
Ray Rizzo's Metagross just fainted, so it was definitely an interesting turn of events.
So Protect, and then it works the first time. If you keep using it, it's less and less likely to work. There have been several upsets where a player kind of gambles on protecting in a row. So there's this community response that tends to be boo if you protect running turns. And then there's some people who think it's fine. So it's one of those contentious points in the competitive environment. 2-on-2 Protect is way more effective because having one Pokemon Protect still lets the other Pokemon attack or revive or do some sort of advancing of the game state. So Protect is something that we're seeing a lot of this weekend, and people are really liking.
Now, what's going on here with the battle time and command time? Can you give us some information on that?
The battle time is the 15-minute time limit for any given game within a match. So that's
Okay.
15 minutes for game 1, game 2, game 3. And that is in order to keep the rounds flowing at a good pace, in order to make sure that everything gets done. It usually ends up being at least 10 turns, sometimes as high as 13 or 14 turns, get finished within that time period. And what it is when that time runs out, this game is over.
Okay.
So sometimes you won't see a win from all of your opponent's Pokemons being knocked out. Sometimes you'll see protects running through, you'll see substitutions, you'll see a lot of small jabs and not knockouts. In which case, if the time runs out, the game is decided based upon...
Oh, look at that. Cresselia just dealt super effective.
That's
knocked him out.
The one-hit KOs. That's the kind of thing. You want to have the right type matchups there where you take out an opponent. So if time runs out and both players still have Pokemon out, then it's decided this game by who has more active Pokemon. And then if you both have the same number of active Pokemon, ones that haven't been knocked out, then it's determined by hit points left and some other tie-breaking effect. So it's not just a slugfest until one Pokemon, one team gets knocked out. It is, in fact, to a certain extent, a time match.
Yeah.
And players are expected to continue playing at a fair pace. If a judge determines that a player is attempting to abuse the clock by not entering their commands in a timely manner, there can be penalties awarded. And they're not in this event so far, but there have been previous events on the pro circuit where players have been asked to leave the event because a judge determined that it was stalling.
Well, speaking of judges, Arthur, you yourself were once a judge. Am I correct?
I was not a judge for any World Cup championships. I did not quite get this far. They did not fly me out to beautiful places like Kona, Hawaii. But I was a judge for the game, ran some local events, more of the younger kids than the masters and the seniors divisions here, which are a lot more dedicated. But the judging is a good, solid community, and there's a lot of support for it. And there's some times when the rules need to be fixed and things go wrong, and it's great to see that there is such a dedicated and very, very competent staff of judges around this weekend to make sure that everything goes off without a hitch.
I mean, and not only were you a judge, but you're also a professor.
Professor,
you are
right?
A Pokemon professor,
which is, you have to kind of know your stuff to be a professor.
Well, how does one go about becoming either a judge and or a professor?
So there's actually a certification program through the Pokemon webpage, and you can jump on there and take a quick look at it, or you can find a local judge if you have one, a local professor, and tell them you're interested in helping out the game. I know a lot of people who have friends or family in the game will become judges because it's a good opportunity to be part of the community, even if you're not interested in or the most talented at playing the game, either the video game or the card game. They're definitely part of the community. They love the environment. They love the game. They just don't play in this manner. They judge instead.
Well, it looks like Ray Rizzo just finished him off here. Joe has put forth a gallant effort, but, it's definitely not enough against the two-time world champ. Looks like they're finishing up their business here. Now we're taking a look at Guillermo and Wolf.
They're still in, looks like game 2 of the match.
Game 2 of the match here.
So we got Heatran
is
knocked
about
down,
to be...
and Cresselia just got subbed out for a Terrakion. So let's see if we can figure out how we're doing. So that was Protect. Again, that's the kind of buying a turn, making sure that your opponent does not do anything that turn. And it's a common thing when you're subbing out. It kind of gives you protection for that turn, particularly if you want to set up a 2-Pokemon team, something like Helping Hands, or something where the 2 Pokemon working together is going to have a greater overall effect than each of them would alone.
I've seen a lot of Hitmontop too. What's going on with Hitmontop?
The Hitmontop's a fighting Pokemon, generally a good all-around beater, not a focused counter pick for the most part.
Jack of all trades,
Jack of all trades. Not all trades, but
Jack of
lots of trades.
Numerous trades.
And as as the fighting, he's going to be strong against. I'm sorry. He's going to be strong against some strong common choices this weekend, weak against others. But yeah, Hitmontop has been very popular, very common thing we've seen this weekend. what are we seeing?
It's a pretty close match here so far.
Well, looks like that may have knocked out Hitmontop there.
Oh, yep, he's done.
Which is probably why Terrakian got subbed in. He's
Right.
going to be a good choice there.
Looks like Cresselia just got slapped with a
I
foot.
think that looked like perhaps a low kick or something along that line, which is not very
Very
effective.
effective.
But what do we think? There's how much do we think there might be some taunting going on here? You know it's not very effective,
Yeah.
but you do it anyway just
Right.
because. Beyond it, again, mind games are a large part of the game. You know, you
Right.
kind of have to know. It's
All right,
also
looks like
possible-
Guillermo's bringing in
Metagross?
Metagross. The tried and true Metagross. He seems like Metagross is one of those Pokemon where you can bring him in later to kind of buy you a little time, right? He's a bit of a tank.
He's one of those, hard to deal a lot of damage to from what people are bringing, and he hits really hard. So he's good early, he's good late. As I said, most people are on Metagross instead of Heatran for kind of that position in their teams for the top 8. He's popular. A lot of people are running him. I think 6 of the top 8 have him in their party.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 5 of the top 8. Let me double check.
Looks like Wolf brought in the Executor.
Remember the names are as funny as possible when you pronounce them. So again, the doubles format is anything that attacks both of the opponent's Pokemon at the same
Right.
time, even if it's not quite as powerful, does quite as much damage to one Pokemon as it would a different move. It's going to do overall more damage because you're hitting both of your opponent's Pokemon. But you still want to have those heavy moves for one Pokemon at the end to kind of knock out,
just clean
the
it
last
up,
straggler,
Yep.
right? And sometimes you want to focus on taking down one Pokemon of a pair. Like if you start with support Pokemon and a heavy hitter, they're super great together. It's more important to take one of them out to prevent your opponent the synergy there than it is to wear both of them down together.
Gotcha.
And sometimes also, if you're worried that both your Pokemons are on low health, if you do a move like Earthquake that's going to knock both of them out, it might set up your opponent to bring in 2 paired Pokemons that work well together. So sometimes, even if your opponent's got two low health Pokemon out, you don't want to kill them both. You want to focus on killing one this turn, maybe protect with your other Pokemon, let your opponent sub in one of this team, and then take this opportunity to wear that Pokemon down, maybe even knock them out while leaving the Pokemon they have at low health easy to deal with, not a big concern, to prevent that synergy bonus. Avalanche is one of those moves we're seeing a lot of this weekend.
Yep. And is that a double as well? Or?
Right, so that would be dealing both of them here, but there was a Protect used last turn, so it's not going to affect
the Executor.
And so those bubbles going up and those bubbles going down are, stat pumps or stat debuffs. There's not a lot of those being seen at the competitive level at this high because, again, a lot of it's about tempo. But here for the doubles, they're more effective because one Pokemon can use their ability to pump both sides of the team instead of just wasting an entire attack to just pump themselves. Avalanche is an Ice-type move, which, is a decision as to what Pokemon we're going to see, what types. So, it's a gamble as to what you're going to see, but it's good against Fire type. It's good against some other things.
And again, for the folks at home watching, if you want to hit us directly, go ahead and hashtag PokeWorlds. We'll be checking all of the social media feeds to take your comments, questions, concerns. Looks like Tyranitar just got fainted. He's done. Sit down, Tyranitar.
So that's the drain. That's him healing himself while attacking, which is, again, one of those incidental gain back a little bit of health, but every little bit helps when you're, just trying to stop yourself from getting knocked out.
There's a look at Guillermo's
twitching there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's and his face there. He's still super calm.
Yeah.
Just his hand
what?
right there.
Yeah.
That strain, that pen
A
sliding
little bit of a tell.
through.
A little bit of a tell.
So someone is pointing out to me that Cresselia has leftovers equipped. Leftovers is their item choice. Sorry, leftovers is their item choice for the event, and what it is it's 1/16 of their hit points healed every turn. So that's actually where the life gain's coming from. And as I said earlier, with stuff like Sandstorm and weather effects, 1/16 does not sound like a lot, but over 3 or 4 turns, that's a quarter of your hit points. And that starts adding up to an entire attack. So it's basically an entire turn of not getting hit that you bought by making that item choice.
Huh. So how important would you say is, obviously playing defense and making sure that you're protecting your Pokemon versus actually going for and trying to take out your opponent with super effective or critical hits?
Well, there's active defense and there's passive defense.
Okay.
And like I was saying, leftovers you could kind of classify as passive defense. He's using it to great advantage here because he's trying to play a longer game, trying to live through attacks and capitalize the once every turn type effect. That's a passive defense. That's something that you're still attacking while you're using this for your defense. And another way for kind of passive defense is trading your Pokemon up to have a higher defense stats. Something like an active defense is something like Protect. And generally, you're only going to use that when you're trying to mind game your opponent. So you're expecting a benefit from this.
Critical hit.
There's a critical hit.
But, I think Guillermo is not just running out of Pokemon, but he might be actually running out of time as well. As you can see there, the
Combat's running out of time, yeah.
The counter's going down. We are at 19 seconds now, and Guillermo's got to pretty much go for the Hail Mary here.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you can see the connecting menu the time does not stop while the two machines are connecting.
It's like soccer, just keeps going. And I think Wolf has this in the bag. I think
so if time runs out here, which it looks like, Wolf's got more active Pokemon, so there isn't a knockout victory, but Wolf does take it based upon the time decision.
Yep. Well, Guillermo, obviously he's a little disappointed. He probably didn't want to go out like that. If there is a way to go out, it's not running out of time.
Right.
Definitely.
But sometimes that's how it works.
That's the name of the game. So I think that'll do it for Guillermo.
Yeah, and talking a little bit more about time, as you said, there's 15 minutes overall, and that's a shared time between each player.
Yeah.
So it's 15 minutes. Usually each player gets about 750, but sometimes gets eaten into it by the connecting problems. Sometimes animations still take away from the time.
Right.
So it's not 15 minutes of decisions. Again, it's between
just
10 and
total
13
time.
or 14 turns. So you can, at the highest level of play.
And look at there's the showmanship there. There's definitely some good sportsmanship going on between the two.
Sportsmanship is an amazing part of this weekend, and everyone has been a great sport. From
Definitely.
What I've seen.
So I think we're going to be seeing an all U.S. final,
which is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I am all about that.
So regardless of the outcome of the actual final match, we'll definitely be seeing U.S. versus U.S.
Right.
in the final. So, we're obviously going to see Ray Rizzo going for his three-peat, and Wolf, who is the two-time U.S. champion.
So who are we rooting for?
I'm a big underdog dude. So, Ray
Wolf?
Rizzo, he's seen his time in the spotlight. I'd like to see Wolf kind of dethrone him and see what happens there.
I think Wolf
Purely
making the
from
finals
an underdog.
purely from an underdog
standpoint.
I think making the finals is amazing and a wonderful show, and I want to see the three-peat.
You want to
see the hat
you want to
trick.
be part of history.
I want Rizzo to take this down. I want to see the party that happens from the audience as soon as that happens. So
regardless,
that's kind of what I'm
regardless
hoping
of what happens, it's going to be an exciting matchup. As you can hear behind us, there's still some action going on, or definitely some fanfare, some cheering. There's a lot of fans here for our soon-to-be finalists as we proceed throughout the day. And just so you guys know, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break, but definitely return here at 2:30 Hawaii Standard Time, 5:30 Pacific, and 8:30 Eastern Time, and we'll be bringing you the finals of TCG first.
Right, so we'll bring you the that's just the finals. So we will be crowning a world champion after that game.
Yeah, in a few hours there will be a world champion crowned for TCG, as well as bringing you the finals between Ray Rizzo and Wolf. So
Yeah, it's exciting.
It's quite an
You should come
exciting
back.
day.
You should watch some more.
We should definitely watch some more. We will be having trivia prizes later on as well, so tune in for your chance to win one of 3 prize packs here from the Pokemon World Championships 2012 from Kona, Hawaii. But until then, we're going to take a little break, maybe take a look at some of the sights and scenes here in the ballroom, enjoy some of those, and we'll see you in... Yeah, we'll be definitely joined by the guest commentator Chris Shepard from the Pokemon Company.
We've got him coming. He's going to
He
be able
will
to make
be
it.
coming here to commentate over
Wonderful.
TCG as well as the Video Game Championships. So stick around, folks. Stay tuned as we continue our coverage of the Pokemon World Championships 2012.
So we want all 6 of our families over here. Looks like we're pretty good. We've got most everybody. Some parents are joining us now. This is awesome. All right, that's step 1. We'll let them do their paperwork. We'll continue to fill up the seats.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships 2012. And if you can hear behind me, we're about to get things underway, right, Arthur?
Super exciting. People seem psyched up. Looks good.
Seems pretty stoked, ready to go. If you guys are just joining us, we're going to be broadcasting the Pokemon TCG finals in just a moment. Also with the final matchup with Ray Rizzo and Wolf going head-to-head for the VGC World Championships. It's been an exciting day.
It has. So we saw Rizzo go undefeated day one, go 2-1 in his first match, and then 2-0 in his second match to make it to the finals.
Yep, definitely.
He's the two-time world championship.
Yep, going up against the two-time national championship.
U.S. national.
It looks like right now, right behind us, they're going to give some intros. So we're going to zip it right now and let the house take it right now.
And from the United States of America, Harrison Levin. Ladies and gentlemen, our Masters Division, one more time. And now for the Seniors Division. From the United States of America, Mr. Coulter Decker. And from the country of Canada, Mr. Chase Maloney. And here we are, our juniors. From the United States of America, Mr. Ian Robb. And last but not least, from the country of Japan, Mr. Shuto Itagaki. All right, once again, we have the very creme de la creme. Bit of a tongue twister there. The top cut, the very best of the best. Which of these fantastic trainers will be our world champion? Hang tight and we'll find out in just a moment.
All right, and we're back. The intros are in place. The finalists are there at their tables ready to get their match started. With us right now is Chris Shepard from the Pokemon Company. He's going to give us the proper expert commentary as we jump into the finals of TCG.
Thanks for having me. This should be a good one.
So, if I get this right, we've got Igor Costa, who is the Portugal's national champion 4 years running.
That's correct. That's how he's qualified every year. This is 4th straight Worlds.
So that seems like he might be the favorite for this match.
It's hard to say. They have very similar decks, and Harrison's played really well so far. So I think it's going to be a very even match at this point.
And speaking of decks, I see they're both on the Darkrai deck.
Yeah, it's we had a couple of other strong decks through the field, but the Darkrai deck really held out all the way through the tournament.
And they're actually fairly close together on their lists, right? I'm looking at them. It looks like there's a total of 15 cards difference.
Maybe that. Sometimes it's just preference. A lot of cards have similar effects, but they've chosen, by preference, but very similar decks.
So it'll come down to who's a better player, who's running hotter this weekend.
At this point, these players are so good that oftentimes that is all that's different is a couple of good plays, and that's all skill.
So these lists are both on Darkrai and Mewtwo, EX in each case, right?
Right. The Pokemon EX are a relatively new reintroduction to the game. When the player knocks out a Pokemon EX, they get to draw 2 prize cards. But on the flip side, these Pokemon EX cards tend to be extremely powerful.
And they seem very, very popular this weekend. It seems like EX Pokemon are a feature of almost every single deck people are playing.
Absolutely. They also are basic Pokemon, so they're easy to play and very fast. So if you can get a good basic Pokemon EX out, you might be able to get early round knockouts and advance quickly.
So which Pokemon are they hoping for to start with as their active Pokemon? Is it Darkrai?
Darkrai is a good start, but actually both of these decks carry Smeargle, and Smeargle is not a Pokemon EX. It has an ability where it can look at your opponent's hand. You get to look at your opponent's hand, choose a supporting card there, and play it as it was your own. So you actually get an extra supporter card played per turn, a card that you can normally only play once. And that's a good way to start the game. You get to see a lot of cards. You get to turn over your hand very quickly, and you get to get a really fast start.
Right, and so both of these lists are on Professor Juniper, Professor Oak's New Theory, and N, and various numbers. So there's a lot of card draw involved with that ability.
Yeah, that's how the game's played right now. They want to see as many cards as they can, so they'll turn their hands over, through one of those methods as quickly as possible.
And it's not just seeing more cards either, right? Because with Professor Juniper discarding, they get to use the discard pile. Each of them's running copies of Dark Patch and copies of Junk Arm.
Exactly. Cards in your discard pile don't hurt you terribly bad because there are so many good ways to get cards back out of your discard pile, like the 2 that you just mentioned. There are some other cards that neither of these players are playing, but there are a lot of ways to get cards out of your discard pile.
So I think we see here Harrison did not have any basic Pokemon in his opener, so he had to go back for more.
Exactly. If you don't have any Pokemon in your first 7 cards, not only do you have to shuffle your hand back into your deck, but your opponent gets to draw 1 extra card to start the game with.
And that 1 card can be very important.
Absolutely. Especially when the decks are so similar, like slight advantages like that can make a big difference. Let's see if he gets 1 this time.
Does not look... Oh, looks like he has got a Darkrai EX in his hand, if I saw that right.
Darkrai EX is a popular card right now, not only because it can do a lot of damage, it can also hit your opponent's bench Pokemon, and it can help move your Pokemon around with its Dark Cloak ability, right. Allowing a free retreat for any Pokemon that has darkness energy attached to it.
And it looks like Harrison was actually aiming towards the Darkrai decks being a big factor this weekend. Some of the choices in his list look like they're aimed towards beating other Darkrai decks.
It was a popular deck at the National Championships where Harrison played well. So I imagine that he knows exactly what to get into.
Right. So here we go.
3, 2, 1.
And the handshake, sportsmanship is still a very big thing this weekend.
They're very competitive, but they play with a lot of civility. It's nice.
So this is N is his supporter for the turn, which
yeah,
is each player
shuffles their hand into their deck and then draws the number of cards equal to the number of prize cards they have remaining. So at the beginning of the match, they both get 6 cards.
And then it's kind of a card that stays good as long as you're in the lead.
It's actually better if you are behind because you would still have more prize cards on the board than your opponent. So you would draw 6, maybe they would draw only 3. But sometimes just those 3 cards can make a difference. So you'll see that played at pretty much any time.
Right. And how devastating is seeing it turn 1, kind of messing with the opponent's strategy?
I don't think it's actually all that tough. The players like to know what they have in their hands, and this is a good way to see fresh cards. Maybe, especially in Harrison's case, where he was short one card because he didn't draw a Pokemon in his first round. That leveled the playing field right there. He actually got a card back. He doesn't mind seeing N at that point.
Okay. So you see Prism Energy for Igor down there. He is running Prism Energy, and Harrison isn't.
Yeah, I think that's a preference. Igor made a big deal about playing Prism Energy. We'll see. He has a Terrakion in his deck where Prism Energy can come in handy for activating Darkrai EX's free retreat with the Dark Cloak ability. He can play Prism Energy onto Terrakion, call it a Dark Energy when he needs to retreat, call it a Fighting Energy when he needs to attack.
Which is some nice tech.
Absolutely, yeah. If you don't have that kind of diversity, then it's not as necessary.
So are you seeing, was that an Ultra Ball we saw on the top there?
I believe so, yeah. And you have to discard 2 cards, but then once you do, you can get any Pokemon you want out of your deck. And see, he went with Smeargle. We were talking about how he likes to get Smeargle out early so that he can use the Portrait ability.
Right. So all this shuffling that's going on, for those of you who are not familiar with competitive play, is whenever a deck needs to be searched for a card, it needs to be randomized afterwards. And the shuffling is to make sure that neither player knows what the top card of the deck is, or, God forbid, there is some sort of shenanigans going on. The other player always gets an opportunity to shuffle further or cut the deck to make sure that each player has randomized it.
So they... the Smeargle was to play N, so they both shuffled and draw 6.
That's what it looks like, yeah. So we have, is that another Ultra Ball?
It appears so.
And he's getting rid of, is that
it's a
potion?
It's a plus power and
power.
a Darkrai EX that he's putting in to draw a different Pokemon. And that...
So what do we figure he's going for here?
I would imagine that he's also trying to get his Mewtwo out. But he actually goes with a Smeargle. And the nice thing about that is Smeargle has a free retreat, so he actually gets to use the Portrait. It's actually a Pokepower, not ability. He gets to use the Portrait Pokepower twice. So he is now, in effect, used the a supporter 3 times, while only playing 1 from his hand.
So he could see 21 cards a turn.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, the N's worth 6 cards, and then the Professor Oak's new theory.
6.
So yeah,
Juniper 7.
7. So he's seen a lot of cards already. With 54 cards in your hand, he's probably seen at least a third of the cards that have passed through his hand. It's not bad.
And this is all just to increase consistency, right? The players want to see as close to the same game as they can every time, because they think their strategy is the best. They want to keep using that strategy.
They might be looking, absolutely. They know how they want to play. They're also trying to get maybe the one card that they're really looking for. If they can turn over their hand, they'll finally get it.
Well, I do see some interesting 1 copies of cards here in their lists.
Mm-hmm.
I see from Harrison a Max Potion, which is something that I don't think I've seen in the other top 8 lists.
A couple of players have used the Max Potions. They're not bad for like when Smeargle takes damage. Max Potion gets rid of any damage that's on that Pokemon, but you have to discard all the energy that's onto it. It's easy to heal a guy like Smeargle who does not have any. You don't intend on putting any energy on it, so it heals it basically for free.
I'm going to answer a question really quick from online. Defy the Fallen asks, why are the TCG players putting paper over the back of their cards?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's actually not paper. They're plastic sleeve, and there's a couple reasons. One is that if the cards could get damaged during gameplay, this might make them marked. This makes sure they're not marked and make sure they're less likely to get damaged. And in addition, if you're playing cards that might get shuffled into the opponent's deck, something that goes to the middle of the field, this ensures that you don't end up with one of your Pokemon in your opponent's deck or the other way around.
Also, some regions have different card backs, and so to make sure, and players are allowed to mix and match from different regions. So for consistency of card backs, they put them all in sleeves so that all the cards look exactly the same.
Right. Is this the Japanese region has the pocket monsters back as opposed to the Pokemon from the U.S.?
And so now they all look the same. You can play, if you had a handful of German cards and some Japanese cards and some English cards, they're all eligible.
So is that looks like a Professor Juniper from Igor?
Right. Has to discard the rest of his hand. and then draw 7 cards, 7 fresh cards.
And again, the discarding isn't so bad for him because he can get access to those cards later on in the game a variety of ways.
Absolutely. He actually discarded a dark patch there, but you can also discard one of those darkness energy and get it with a different dark patch that you might have.
So we can kind of see his hand here. It looks like
That's Terrakion, and that's somebody that he really expects to be able to do some damage with.
And is a card that Harrison is not running, so it's kind of how he's addressing this mirror matchup.
Exactly. Terrakion is a good counter to Darkrai EX because Darkrai EX is weak to fighting type Pokemon.
Right. And that weakness means that it deals
double damage.
Twice as much damage. Some consideration from Harrison here, kind of running through his options.
Neither of them have any energy on their Pokemon, so they're unable to attack. This is all set up right now. They kind of have to bide their time. Mewtwo EX is an interesting Pokemon. It does more damage by how much it has on it, as well as its opponent, so the defending Pokemon. So neither are too excited about getting a lot of energy out there for fear that it'll be used against them.
They seem a little bit nervous in both cases. What do you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked to both of them before the tournament started, and Igor in particular seemed like he was a little bit cautious coming into this round. I was a little surprised. Igor's got a lot of experience, including playing in Worlds. So
the prizes, though, for this first place here, when you win, it's $10,000 and a significant number of boxes, some factory sets.
You get, I think, is it 36 booster packs?
Two boxes
72
for
booster
each
packs
set for the next year.
And then you get a travel award to come to the 2013 World Championships.
So we see a ton of energy here. How did all that energy get on the Darkrai?
The Dark Patch getting the energy out of his discard pile, which allowed to play straight to him.
Was that 2 Dark Patches that turn?
I would appear so. I actually
with that many?
miscount on how many he already had on him.
We weren't on the count. We weren't on the field there on camera. We were looking at some players' faces. So that looks like it's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to say, 10 for first place and then 7,500 for second place. So just by getting this far, they've already done very well. So perhaps some of that nervousness can be attributed to exhaustion as well.
And that's valuable. I think that right now these guys are playing just for the title, and then they'll be very happy with the award later on.
So that looks like an Eviolite put on the Terrakion, is that right?
Right. Eviolite reduces attack damage by 20 to that Pokemon, but it only works on basic Pokemon.
Right. And it works even on the bench, right? Which is important.
It works even on the bench.
Because Darkrai's attack deals 30 damage to a Pokemon on the bench.
Exactly, and Eviolite will slow that down considerably. Eviolite is common in these decks because so many of the Pokemon are basics. As a matter of fact, in these two decks, there are no Stage 1 or Stage 2 Pokemon.
So I've seen some of the discussion between whether it's better to go with a defensive strategy, something like Eviolite, or a more offensive strategy, something like Dark Claw. And I see people waver back and forth between an even split or all of one, all of the other. Do you think the format right now lends itself to a better defensive strategy?
I actually would think maybe that Dark Claw is a little bit more of an advantage because of the power of Darkrai EX. But in this particular set, neither player are playing Dark Claw. Both players are playing Eviolite.
And they're entirely on Eviolite, so maybe results would speak for themselves.
Absolutely. It's those kinds of small variations that we've seen. Even, we see a lot of Darkrai and Mewtwo, but it's those decisions that really make a difference as they progress.
Right. Some consideration. Some deep stares.
Yeah, they're definitely watching each other play as much as watching what they're doing themselves.
And this is mind games too, right? You want your opponent to think you're doing something other than what you're going to do.
These players are, at this point, they're both very methodical and know exactly what they're doing. It's hard to say that they're really affected by gamesmanship, but maybe there is some.
And then we see on Igor's bench, he's got a little six-sided die on his Pokemon. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the card game, tuned in for the video game, that represents how much damage is on that Pokemon. And they're in increments of 10. So there is 30 damage down there with the 3 on that six-sided die. Now there is 60 damage. That's Darkrai's attack, dealing 90 to the active Pokemon and 30 to a benched Pokemon. He chose to not hit the Terrakion because it would have been 20 less. So he's going to optimize damage overall rather than take out what will probably be a big threat for him.
Right, and also Mewtwo EX is a high HP Pokemon EX card, so getting as much damage onto him so that when he finally does get knocked out, he could draw 2 prize cards. It's a lot more valuable than the one Terrakion prize card he might earn.
Right. And particularly for something like this, where both players are playing a lot of the same cards, the extra cards from prize cards can be very, very important.
Absolutely. With so many Pokemon EX, and each time you knock one out, you get 2 prize cards. You may only have to knock out 3 Pokemon to win the game.
They're twice as hard to knock out, though.
They're twice as hard. They're especially guys like Mewtwo with 170 HP.
So seeing a mostly full bench on the other side here, but he's kind of focusing on leaving Darkrai in. So that looked like the standard 90 and 30, which ends up being 70 and 30 again because of the Eviolite.
Correct.
This is this he's playing the Ultra Ball there, or no? He's playing a Junk Claw. Yeah, it looks like he played a Junk Claw to get...
Junk Arm?
Oh, Junk Arm, rather.
Right, to get the plus power.
Double colorless on the Mewtwo.
Right, and double colorless plus the double colorless that was on the Mewtwo does 80 damage times 2 because Mewtwo is weak to Psychic, is 160, plus the plus power is 10 more, which is 170, and that knocks out Mewtwo. That was an excellent play.
So really quick, while the players are considering their play, I'd like to remind the listeners and viewers on the stream that we will have some trivia coming up after this match. We've got some extra kits of the swag here with the exclusive World Championships 2012 items in them. So, get ready to answer some trivia questions right after this match ends. Still considering his options?
Absolutely. And that was enough to knock out Mewtwo. Darkrai was...
Oh. So that's game. Yeah.
That's game. He didn't draw the energy that he needed and conceded.
Darkrai, Darkrai is going to take out, next turn.
Right.
And then he'll have no active Pokemon. That's game.
That was game. Yeah, excuse me. He drew the energy. He didn't draw the Pokemon he needed to. Excuse me.
So just like the video games, this is best of 3. So we've got 1 at least and potentially 2 more games to go with these same decks. So having seen each other's decks, do you think they're going to switch up their strategies, try to play a bit differently for game 2?
I would actually be surprised. At this point, the players know their decks so well that they try to remain consistent to how they want to play. They're not going to try to let their opponents affect them too much.
And part of that's this deck, though, right? This deck's a very aggressive deck, very proactive, wants to do something and do it well.
Exactly. A lot of hard-hitting basic Pokemon. Get your cards out, get the energy on them, and try to maximize the amount of damage. We saw that through the plus power just now, although in effect it kind of backfired because he didn't get the Pokemon he needed to back it up.
Right. Now they're playing fairly light on Pokemon. I see 10 Pokemon overall in Harrison's deck and 12 Pokemon overall in Igor's deck, which is not very light, but certainly not as heavy as it could be in some other decks.
Yeah, the fact that there are no Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon in these decks is a big factor in that. That's one of the reasons that this deck is popular, because they can put in as many trainers and supporter cards, and if they're running any stadium cards, that they want, and they don't have to sacrifice energy to do so.
Right. And part of this is because they're so heavy on the EX Pokemon, having one EX out is in many ways like having two out. So drawing one EX, you have the effective attack power of two Pokemon on the field.
A basic Pokemon that can do 90 to the defending Pokemon plus 30 to one of the bench Pokemon, that's a hard-hitting Pokemon.
So we've got a couple people asking online about some other card games where you have a sideboard or additional cards that you can switch between for games 2 and 3.
In Pokemon, you have the same 60 card deck all the time, and you are playing with all 60 cards every single game. In the World Championships and in Pokemon tournaments, you have to play with the same deck from the beginning of the tournament all the way through. So the deck is as much is being tested as much as the player's skill. Now, one of the things that happens is at the beginning of each hand, they have to put their 6 prize cards down, and that makes a difference. You don't know what's in those 6 prize cards, and that does add some variation and some uncertainty to your deck.
So you could see someone maybe ultra balling for a Darkrai and ending up with no Darkrai because they're all on the prize cards.
Darkrai, especially if they haven't used a card that will let them see through their entire deck.
So we just played a Pokemon Catcher, which is switching one Pokemon for another.
At the moment, I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they did that either.
That was the same Pokemon and no energy on them, but...
Because he's going to discard it anyway to Professor Juniper, so he might as well.
Right.
I think this might be a mind games thing.
Yes, a little bit.
For those of you familiar with some other games or not familiar with the card game as opposed to the video game, players are allowed to play as many trainers as they want, except for certain types of trainers, such as supporters. Professor Juniper, Professor Oak's New Theory are supporters. You can play one of those per turn.
Right.
Except that each of these decks is running a Pokemon with the power that lets you play a supporter from your opponent's hand. So you get effectively 2 or sometimes more of those per turn.
Correct. So it looks like Igor is off to not the best start. Shaman is not a Pokemon that he wants to attack with. And Darkrai obviously is already loading up. If Igor doesn't get another strong Pokemon, he's going to be in difficult shape.
Well, it looks like he got another strong Pokemon.
It looks like he got what he needed, yeah.
And as far as things go, is it ever advantageous to have no Pokemon on the bench? If you're sure you're not going to be knocked out this turn, having no Pokemon out there is going to save you 30 damage from Darkrai's ability.
That's yes, but you never want to put that into your opponent's hand. Like, your opponent gets to draw a card, and if they draw a card that's going to do more than the card that they have out, you're going to be in trouble.
So that looks like that was random receiver?
Random receiver.
So random receiver.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay, they flip over their cards one at a time until they reach one of those supporter cards, such as Professor Juniper or Professor Oak's New Theory, and that card gets added to their hand. So it's another way to get those powerful supporter cards into their hand.
So really it's like they're playing even more copies of those draw 7s, draw 6 cards, which makes sense. You want to see a lot of cards.
Yeah, and the cards all kind of behave the same. It's a good way to, drop the hand you've got and draw a whole bunch of new cards. There's others that don't have that same effect. Nobody's playing Charin, but what it does is let you draw 3 cards off the top of your deck.
So what we just saw there was a couple dice on a card. That card's a dual ball. That's the only copy being run in the top. Or actually in these finals, I don't know about the top 8. And what dual ball does is you flip 2 coins, and for each coin you win, you get to search your deck for a basic Pokemon and put it in your hand.
Right, for each heads you flip, which is each evens.
In the interests of time, players will often roll dice rather than flip a coin. It's easier, it's less likely to kind of bounce its way off the table. So that was flipping 2 coins if you're reading the cards.
The instructions or the official rules of Pokemon, dictate a coin, but at this level we actually have them use dice exclusively because coins tend to fly off the table.
Right. You wouldn't want it hitting somebody in the audience. Going back to random receiver is also good because the cards that aren't the supporter go into your discard pile, right?
Actually, the cards that they actually go back into your deck.
Oh, so they get shuffled in. Okay.
Yeah, they get shuffled back in. Let's see, he's playing N, so they're both going to turn over their hands once again.
And we haven't seen any Pokemon knocked out yet, so it's going to be 6 new cards for each of them.
It's correct.
So we're facing down, is that 2 Darkrai's versus a Darkrai, a Terrakion, and...
that's the Shaman.
So it looks like perhaps Igor's in a bit of a better position at this point. He doesn't have quite as much hitting power, but he's got ones that are good against the Darkrai.
He's caught up considerably, and I think part of it was it looked like maybe Harrison was a little bit slow to get his energy out, and it allowed Igor to get in there before Harrison could take out the Shaman while it was in the active position.
And he's already up basically a full turn worth of attacks with that 70 points of damage.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So I think we see, is that 2 Eviolites and a third one down here on the bench as well?
Yes, and that was an Eviolite that Igor played before Junipering. It was in his hand, and he didn't want to just waste it in the discard pile.
Because you're just going to discard all the cards you haven't played yet.
Right, so he just played it before playing Juniper very early in the match.
And Pokemon are limited to one of that class, that class of card attached to them.
Exactly. You can only have one Pokemon tool card. So in this case, they're all playing Eviolite. But if it was a Dark Claw or a Rocky Helmet or one of those cards, that's the only one they can play.
Right. So in this instance, it's not going to do much of an opportunity cost. He's not going to want to attach something else there and be unable to do so.
Exactly.
So we see a Darkrai subbed backwards for, is that a Mewtwo from Harrison?
See, I believe so. He put Mewtwo up.
Yep.
He looks like he's kind of running shy on energy with 3 strong Pokemon out there, but with only 2 energy played so far.
And he potioned that Darkrai with 70 damage on him, so he's down to 40 damage. Potion is kind of, is that another potion? No, it is a...
that was a regular potion, and Harrison...
So it was a potion and then a Trash Claw for another potion.
With a Junk Arm for
a Junk Arm,
yeah.
right. And that's the potions and the Max Potion are what Harrison had kind of put in his deck in an expectation that he would be seeing a lot of Darkrai strategies.
You know, Darkrai does 30 damage to a bench Pokemon, but if you have a potion that heals 30 damage, it really slows down Darkrai's advances. And Harrison told us that he thinks that he's playing Potion is not only great, but it's something that he hasn't seen in a lot of similar decks that he's faced.
So that's his key to getting to the finals, you think?
Apparently, and he's one game up, so I guess it's working on at the finals level as well.
And this is Harrison's first Worlds, right?
This is his first Worlds. He won the Florida Regionals and then finished in the top 16 at Nationals after going 9-0 in his preliminary rounds. But this is his first Worlds after playing for about 5 years in Pokemon tournaments.
Well, if you're going to go to your first Worlds, you might as well win it.
Yeah, he's going to think this is pretty easy at this point. But like we said, Igor, 4-time Portugal national champion for the last 4 years, and that's an automatic
4 years running.
4 years running, and that's an automatic berth to the World Championships. So he has a lot of experience at the top level in these kinds of situations.
A lot of frequent flyer miles too, I'd assume.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's Pokemon Catcher, and Pokemon Catcher will let you choose 2 Pokemon to switch of your opponents.
So it lets you do if one of the bench Pokemon's weak, low on HP, lets you pull them in and knock them out?
Yeah, and it didn't look like he had the energy to knock out Darkrai, but I know the damage to knock out Darkrai, but he was clearly a target that he wants to take out.
Right, and you can also, if you're worried about an attack from the active Pokemon, push the active Pokemon away and have that be the focus of Pokemon Collector.
Absolutely. Although at that point Mewtwo did not have any energy on him, maybe a double colorless would have been enough to get that rolling.
Well, double colorless and a Dark Patch?
Well, Mewtwo would not... Dark Patch will only be effective to put energy onto Darkness Pokemon. So it would not have had any effect on Mewtwo, or wouldn't have been allowed to be played on Mewtwo. But a double colorless energy with 3 more energy attached to... It's a defending Darkrai does 100 damage, minus the 20 for the Eviolite, but that's still a lot of damage. And see, now Darkrai just got taken out.
And Eviolite seems like an interesting card here, because it seems like it's more powerful than it should be with EXs, because its restriction is it only works on basic Pokemon. And
right.
EXs are basic Pokemon, but they're kind of a special kind of basic Pokemon. And it seems like this is an unintended kind of unintuitive interaction here.
It is. It makes the math more difficult because these Pokemon do so much damage, but then you have, 20 subtracted. Maybe you would have been able to knock them out with some really hard hit, but then the Eviolite slows it down. It actually kind of softens the blow of these Pokemon EX a little bit, which it keeps it competitive.
And so when Terrakion, has the weakness to the fighting, and when he hits for all of that damage, but there's an Eviolite on, how does that work?
Eviolite is calculated after the weakness is factored in. So if Terrakion were to do 90 damage, it would go to 180 damage first, and then the 20 would be subtracted. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
which is not quite enough to take out a
Not quite
Darkrai
enough.
by itself.
Maybe we'll see a plus power to kick it up to a little bit more.
And that's an extra 10, which would be exactly enough there.
Right, exactly.
So I do see plus power in both of the lists here, I believe?
I believe so,
Both of the lists, both players are running 2 copies of it.
And we saw it as, Igor played effectively to knock out a Mewtwo in the first game just before he himself got knocked out because he didn't get the Pokemon he needed for his bench.
That doesn't look like that's going to be the case
No,
this time, because if Igor knocks out both of these Pokemon, he'll be drawing 4 prize cards anyway.
Yes, and Igor definitely looks like he's in the better position right now.
This looks like he's retreating and subbing in a... Is that a Smeargle?
Brought in Smeargle so that he can play
Looks
Igor.
like
Harrison
N.
wanted to play Igor's N, so they're going to both shuffle up.
We're going to get 6 cards and 4 cards.
Right. This is the time where N is the perfect card for Harrison because he's going to outdraw Igor, and he needs to fill his bench. He needs some energy. Hopefully he can get it.
At this point, if you guys are noticing the game slow down, both of the decks do kind of utilize their cards that have gone through the discard pile through cards like Dark Patch or Junk Arm.
Junk Arm, yeah.
So the players picking up the pile and looking through them is trying to decide whether or not they not only have a Junk Arm right away to play, but whether or not they want to look for that with one of the supporter cards.
The players, obviously, they can't look through their prize cards or through the deck or anything like that, but the discard pile is something that each player is allowed to look through their own and their opponents. So sometimes you'll see the opposing player grab the discard pile and float through them to see what cards they could be getting, the next time they play a Junk Arm or something like that.
Uesagi Tadao asks us, he knows there are banned Pokemon in the video game, but are there specific cards banned in the TCG as well?
TCG does not have any cards that are in the most recent sets that are banned, but we do, to keep the game fresh, retire old sets as new sets come on. So these players are playing all the way back to the beginning of the Heart Gold and Soul Silver set. Next year they'll play all the way back to the beginning of the Black and White set.
And that's all the expansions from the card game that say Black and White, Dragons Exalted, for example.
Dragon Exalted is coming out in a week, and then no specific cards are banned, but there are older cards that are no longer in play.
And then each card, ones that have been reprinted, are sometimes changed, right? So I know Potion, once upon a time, back in the heyday, would only heal 20 damage or 2 damage counters.
Right.
And now Potion heals 3 damage counters.
Right. When it was introduced, reintroduced just recently, it gained that extra 10 healing power.
So are you allowed to play with the older printed copy of Potion?
You are allowed to play with the older printed copy, but you follow the new rules.
So even the older ones heal 30 points.
Right. The rules are based on the title of the card. So if it says Potion, you go by what the most recent rules of Potion are.
Seems pretty simple. And you can play any language card, right?
Absolutely. And you'll see, especially, these kids are, these not necessarily kids at this level, these players are collectors as well as players, and so they like to get, the rare cards in different languages, things like that. So you'll see those played once in a while.
Yeah, so you'll see the EXs, there's a couple versions of art for each of them, one that kind of has a full breakout of the frame.
Right. That is actually within the same set. the Pokemon EX that Igor is playing is the basic art, and then the one that Harrison is playing the full art. They're the same rules. They have the same card text. They're just one is more of a collector's card, and the other one is not.
So you're, a little bit less likely to pull that second one in a booster pack.
Correct. Yeah, it's absolutely.
Would have to pay a little bit more for it if you go looking for it on the secondary market. And then I think there's some artists here today too. So one of the things that some people do to get their Pokemon kind of fancier is get them signed by the artist.
Right. Although I might be wrong about this, but that is considered card marking. So at this level, they won't play with those cards. I mean, they'll absolutely do it, but they won't make it into their final decks.
So we see a potion here taking some damage off of that Mewtwo.
Apparently, yeah.
And some energy. So
Mewtwo now has its 2 energy. So if it were to choose to play, it could come in and do its powerful attack, the X-Ball attack.
Right, which at this point is going to do a lot because there is sufficient energy on the other side.
Right. X-Ball does 20 damage times the number of total energy between Mewtwo and the defending Pokemon.
So that looks like 100 damage currently.
It could hit Darkrai EX for 100 damage at this point.
And if he throws a double colorless on Mewtwo for the next turn,
it will do about 140, and that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
This is also a time where maybe he would prefer to bring in a Pokemon like Smeargle, if there was, or excuse me, Shaman, because he has enough damage to maybe take out Shaman, and Shaman can't attack, so it'd be a cheap card for him to take out.
So we'd say maybe Harrison is looking for a Pokemon catcher to switch that Darkrai to the bench.
Well, possibly. These guys are a whole lot better than me, so I don't want to speculate too much on what they're going to do.
I know it looks like Igor is a lot more confident now than he was game one.
He seems to be on a roll right now.
And despite being down a game, he does not look nervous.
No, I think he's going to play an Ultra Ball here and get rid of 2 Pokemon. I'll be interested to see what he brings out. He's definitely set up well. So what Shaman does when it comes into play is allows you to rearrange all of the energy on all your Pokemon, how you see fit. His bench is full right now, so he'll have to get one of his Pokemon out of play. Either it'll get knocked out, or
there's actually is he running Super Scoop Up?
Or play Super Scoop Up.
Or play Super Scoop Up. I don't see a Super Scoop Up.
Igor is playing Super Scoop Up.
So.
He's in great shape right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be...
He's got only 1 prize card left, and Harrison does not have any Pokemon left on his bench.
At this point, Harrison, either way, as soon as he loses one more Pokemon, that's game. So he is struggling. He has no prize cards taken.
He's back against the wall. We're heading quickly toward a 1-1 draw going into the 3rd game.
Yeah. Which would be exciting because then we'll see one more
game
from these guys.
That's when the pressure's really on.
A quick follow-up to that question, somebody asked about alternative formats, and there is a format wherein you can play any cards from any of the expansions, but it doesn't appear in any of the Battle Tour or the professional circuit. Right.
We stick with our legal format. There is an unlimited format that when we play in our larger tournaments, we stick with the legal. The unlimited is a challenge. There's Pokemon trading card game's been around for a long time, and there are a lot of cards out there. So part of it is the knowing all the rules. These players are familiar with the current crop of cards, and if there was a large number of cards, they just wouldn't know what to do. Yeah.
So I think here we see the portrait ability trying to decide whether or not he wants to play a supporter, and I think he may have chosen not to.
Looks like it, yeah.
So it may be that the only supporter was N in his hand. I didn't quite see the hand well enough, but he might want to avoid playing N because he might want to avoid giving Harrison a new hand of cards, perhaps giving him an answer that he draws off of that.
It looks like it.
At this point, Harrison's got one chance to draw an answer, and something if he used an N, he'd have.
You might be giving Harrison what he needs by playing an N for him.
Which is So sometimes even if you can use that card draw, you don't necessarily want to.
One of the rules of Smeargle is if there is a supporter card in the opponent's hand, you don't have the choice to not play it. You have to play it. And so if Harrison had only an N, Igor would have to play that N card. And that would be devastating when Harrison has 6 prize cards left and Igor has only 1.
So we see a Darkrai on the bench for Harrison, frantically trying to dig his way out of here, but I don't think it's going to happen for him.
He's got his back against the wall. He needs to take some Pokemon out.
Oh. We saw the attack take out Smeargle there, and Harrison gets a prize card, but he's still four Pokemon to knock out. That's correct. 2 Pokemon EXs, so he's still very, very much back-footed. Yeah, that hand is the I know I'm going to lose. Let's just get it over with.
Harrison has that look on his face. That'll do it.
So, yep, the player's going to be going to the 3rd game, which will decide who we get for the World Champion.
For the Masters Division World Champion. This has been a great match so far.
So, really quick, while they are shuffling up and getting ready to present, we're going to take this opportunity to have the trivia question.
Right.
So, if you guys feel
definitely. If you guys want to jump in here, win some swag here, mail your answers to onthespot@gamespot.com. Give us your answer, your handle, and your mailing address to make sure that you definitely get the merchandise that we're giving away here. Arthur, I think you got the question for that, right?
I think I do. So the first trivia question of, I think, 3 today.
We got 3 of these packs we're giving away, and you saw them at the top of the broadcast.
So, yeah, the first trivia question is, name all 7 Eevee evolutions in National Pokédex order. One more time, so you guys heard. Name all 7 Eevee evolutions in National Pokédex order.
All right, so if you think you know the answer, email your answer to onthespot@gamespot.com. Provide the answer, your handle, your name handle, and the mailing address to make sure you can get one of these slick Pokemon World Championships 2012 prize packs. But now I guess you guys are. It looks like they're ready to start the third match here.
Looks like they are just about ready. So we saw an extra card for Igor game 1, which didn't actually end up helping him.
No, because they played N on turn 1, and they kind of reset that. I would not be surprised. I bet we see a lot of those on. There it is again.
There it is again. So actually, this time Harrison's going to be up a card.
Absolutely, and it's more common when we see deck lists like this when they're only playing 10 Pokemon. Yeah. It's much more likely you're not going to draw a Pokemon in your first hand.
Yeah. And really quick to clarify, for handle, we want the GameSpot handle or the GameSpot username for your account for that trivia question. So, shuffling again.
Missed it. It might have been that both of them missed having any Pokemon. So at that point, nobody gets to draw an extra card, and they just start over.
And you have to have no Pokemon. You can't decide that you don't want this Pokemon out to start with, so you're going to start with a new hand.
If you have a basic Pokemon, that's the hand you have to play with.
So this time it looks like Igor does have a Pokemon to start with. He's getting his 6 prize cards there, and so does Harrison. So looks like we are good to start this time. Again, those cards on the side of the screen there are the prize cards. You get to draw 1 for knocking out an opponent's Pokemon, or 2 if that Pokemon is an EX.
I'm just going to butt in here. A lot of comments in the chat was basically wondering how you could register. If you go to GameSpot.com, you could register to be a GameSpot user for free. So if you are not a GameSpot subscriber, go ahead and register, and you can enter to win the Pokemon prize pack.
So yeah, starting out, it looks like we have a Darkrai and a Mewtwo.
Mewtwo EX.
And Harrison starting off with an Eviolite on the Darkrai, which does not add to Mewtwo's damage. It's only energy. It's not attached cards.
It's correct. Only energy. And he immediately plays Professor Oak's New Theory. So he played the 2 cards that he wanted out of his hand, and then he's going to turn it over and see 7 new cards.
Yeah. 6 new cards?
6 new cards.
Yeah, Professor Oak's New Theory is shuffle your hand into your library and draw 6 new cards.
That's correct.
If he hadn't played the Eviolite, he just would have shuffled it in, so there's no cost for him playing it there. It's a pretty good start, and he gets
Right.
to see 6 new cards for something he wants. Maybe some energy, maybe some more Pokemon.
And the way that Mewtwo hits, any way that you can slow that Pokemon down, Eviolite makes a lot of sense to put it on Darkrai EX.
Right.
Now or later, it's a valuable card.
And he's got a Dark Energy. It looks like a basic Dark Energy.
Yes.
I think
but
they're-
he'll require 3 energy before he can play his Darkrai's EX's attack Night Spear.
Right. And that's the one that deals 90 to the defending Pokemon and 30 to a bench Pokemon.
That's correct.
So we see, was that Professor N? Or not Professor N,
that was N.
Supporter N?
That was N. And so they're both going to shuffle 6 in.
Yep.
It looked like maybe Harrison showed the 6 cards that he had, just to say, just to show
I got
Igor.
nothing,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That it benefited him as much as it benefited Igor.
And that's more of the mind game stuff.
A little
you
bit.
want your opponent to think
Yeah.
that whatever they're doing is helping you just as much. You killed my Pokemon? That's fine. I don't want him anyway. He's knocked out.
Pokemon, there's also sort of a camaraderie when they play. They like to talk about what they've done and what they're playing, and if it doesn't hurt, I think that Harrison doesn't mind showing them. They know what each other have in their decks in general, so
Yeah, at this
it's
point,
not a surprise what Harrison could be tossing away.
Right. At this point, it seems like they've seen most of their opponent's decks just through this.
Right.
The discarding 7 and drawing 7 more helps.
Yes.
And I suspect that each of them have a support team that's kind of talking about what they expect to see.
These players spend a lot of time discussing decks and talking about strategies online, and as well as when they come here, they've been playing all weekend. So they're well tested. They know what strategies work. They'll try new strategies, and very quickly they will go on and develop other strategies.
If you can't hear that cheering from the back, I suspect that means we have a world champion for one of the other divisions. We're still waiting on the Masters, though, which is what we've got the video coverage on. So we've got still Mewtwo facing down Darkrai, and yeah, that is. So that's the juniors division has been determined, and that's juniors is under the age of 11, right?
It's it's around under the age of 12. Shutogami Nagaki is a repeat world champion from Japan. He's fantastic.
Yeah. So for those of you who I've heard some chatter from the not here for the tournament beachgoers this weekend about how it's just about luck. I think repeat world champions is a pretty solid indication that there's a heavy amount of skill involved in this.
There are
So really fast here we see Ultra Ball getting rid of a couple cards, looking for a Pokemon.
Right.
Ultra Ball gets you any Pokemon at all,
Any Pokemon
including
at
an
all.
evolution. But there are no evolutions in these decks, just basics.
Right.
Part of the reason for discard is you sometimes want to put stuff in your discard pile to attach with, for example, Dark Patch.
Right, exactly. Putting that Darkness Energy works out perfectly for Harrison's plan here. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a Smeargle here.
Or is he finding it, or is he? Nope. So he has decided on finding a Mewtwo.
Mewtwo, you said.
Yeah.
Oh, but he still had a Smeargle in his hand. That's
So
right.
what he discarded there was the Darkness Energy, which we'll be able to use later, and a supporter. And since he is playing Professor Oak's New Theory this turn,
Right.
he couldn't have used that supporter anyway.
Right.
It would have simply been shuffled in. So he's discarding 2 cards, but it's not really costing him anything to do so.
Looks like it.
So he's going to see 6 new cards off Professor Oak's New Theory. We'll see if we can see those cards as he pulls. Nope. I don't know. He doesn't seem that excited about it.
Definitely playing tentatively. I think maybe the knowing that this is a sudden death match, maybe these guys are playing a little bit more cautiously.
So he is subbed in Smeargle. Is he going to?
So there's the Dark Patch that he got rid of via the Ultra Ball, so that he could put another energy back onto Darkrai.
So that's a pretty good turn there. Darkrai's now on 3 energy, so he can use his Dark Spear attack.
That's right.
He's using. So this is the Pokebody, or the Poke ability. So he's getting
Poke Power.
Poke
Yeah.
Power. That's the one. So he's getting another supporter this turn.
Right.
Getting even more cards. At this point, he's already attached energy this turn. He's already played his own supporter.
Right.
So he's looking for maybe another Eviolite.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking for maybe a switch now that he has the energy he needs to attack with Darkrai. He's already retreated once to get Smeargle up, so now you can only retreat from your active position once, but you can use a switch Pokemon to switch their positions as for as many of those cards that you have.
So the retreat is the rules ability. You do it once. You can play cards that break the rules as many times as you want per turn.
That affect the same thing as retreating.
Really quick, I'd like to congratulate Everett R., handle Pyronic EX from Middlebury, Vermont, who has won our first swag package. He'll be getting a bunch of cool exclusive to Kona, Hawaii World Championship stuff. Congratulations, Everett. So looking at the match again, I'm seeing lots of consideration from both players here now.
Yeah, this is especially Igor looks like he's a little bit slow to get energy out. We'll have to see if he can get that Mewtwo up and running. Mewtwo loves as much energy as it can get on it.
Yep.
So he's chosen to play Professor Oaks as well.
Looking for energy, I would assume.
Probably.
So, and I think that might be a second determination.
Right.
Maybe the seniors division.
It looks like Chase Maloney in the seniors division is going to be the world champion.
So now we are just waiting on these guys to finish up to have all three of our world champions for the trading card game. And we will go over them, maybe some background on them after this match is over.
Okay.
So it looks like he's still maybe a little light on energy. Igor has chosen to play only 14 energy in his deck. Kind of a distribution among dark, double colorless, prism energy. Harris on the other end is on 13 energy, one less, but he has 4 copies of double colorless instead of 3, and particularly for the EXs that hit so hard when they have that energy, double colorless can be very, very strong.
All Mewtwo EX needs for its X-Ball attack is 1 double colorless energy, and it can do 40 damage, and then every extra one that he puts on there is going to do a lot more damage.
Right. So I think perhaps Igor has hedged his bets. He's running the fighting Pokemon, which is good here, but it means it's only good against the Darkrai decks, or best against the Darkrai decks.
Right, but Igor is also playing the Tracheon, so that's why he's got the Prism energy
and the fighting energy,
so that he can take out that Darkrai. Now we haven't seen Tracheon be especially effective in this match.
Yet.
In the match, and hasn't been present at all in the game.
That was another random receiver, which is you look until you see a supporter.
Right.
All of the supporters that are in either of these decks are more card draw, so it's just even more card draw. Followed up with an N, who is, at this point still, both players getting 6 new cards.
Unlike Smeargle, random receiver, you aren't required to play the card that you get. So even though he got in, he didn't have to play it right away.
It puts it in your hand, right?
Exactly.
And so you could, in fact, play it later on if you wanted to.
If it was the
it
card
isn't a decision.
If it's the card you didn't want, then you're fine. Yeah. It looks like, peeking at Igor's hand, he did get quite a bit of energy. He might choose to start attacking with X-Ball right away. We'll see.
Be helpful. But he's already kind of a bit behind, and you can't play all of the energy. You can play 1 energy per turn from the rules, and then you also have cards that let you attach energies. Things like Dark Patch, which lets you attach a dark energy from your discard pile, or some abilities of some Pokemon let you attach additional abilities.
Right.
So is it Celebi that has the attach 1 Pokemon power, the CMT decks?
Yes, that's correct.
So, which I know some made the top cut for today, but none in the finals.
Although we didn't see as much of it as I was really expecting in the tournament. Part of it was, this deck tended to play very well against it, and so people went in this direction.
It seems like it worked well for him.
It did.
I was talking a bit earlier about kind of going one step beyond in the metagame and thinking not only what everybody's playing, but also what everybody is playing to beat what everybody is playing.
Right.
And it seems like that's what Igor is doing here with the fighting.
Right, exactly. That's why he has Tracheon in there. He hasn't gotten it working yet, but see, we're watching the random receiver again, where he flips cards.
Very
till he gets
random
one.
receiver.
Right, very.
A quick follow-up question from Famous Swan is, what's the difference between Senior Division and Masters Division? The way it works for the Pokemon Championships, World Championships, is there are 3 divisions: Juniors, Masters, and Seniors. Juniors is born between